No more. Brendan O'Hara. Speak. Go. Brendan O'Hara. I'm not taking any more punch. More than Mr. Linden. Brendan O'Hara.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the SNP motion that's been tabled in my name and those of my right honourable friends, which calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza from all combatants. And I wish to put on record, once again, our unequivocal condemnation of the Hamas attack of October the 7th, and repeat both our call for the immediate release of all the hostages and to see those involved in those atrocities called to account for their actions.
Hear, hear.
The war in Gaza is one of the great defining moments of our time. Yet until today, this House has not been given the opportunity to debate both the unfolding human catastrophe and the wider implications for regional and global stability. Nor have we had the opportunity to debate the urgent and pressing need for an immediate ceasefire as an essential first step to finding a lasting and just peace. Mr. Speaker, no one would deny that Israel has the right to defend itself. Every country has that right. What no country has the right to do, however, is to lay siege to a civilian population, carpet bomb densely inhabited areas, drive people from their homes, erase an entire civilian infrastructure, and impose a collective punishment involving the cutting off of water, electricity, food and medicine from civilians. And no country, regardless of who they are, in the name of self-defence, can kill civilians at such a pace and on such a scale that in just 16 weeks, almost 30,000 are known to have died, with a further 80,000 injured. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the core principle of self-defence to be so ruthlessly exploited and manipulated in order to legitimise the slaughter of innocent civilians. If we do that, then what hope is there for the future of international rules-based order? An order created to protect people from atrocities, not to be used as a smokescreen to hide the execution of them. If we accept what Israel is doing in Gaza as the new norm, as the new accepted standard of self-defence, then we undermine that core principle which is meant to protect and defend us. And therefore, we cannot accept that what is happening now is self-defence, not just because of the precedent that it will send. And I have no doubt that that thought contributed to the United States issuing its clearest warning yet to Netanyahu, that they would not support his proposed ground offensive in Rafah. And this is why the UN Security Council are currently debating a ceasefire. And as we speak today, and even the US have recognised that a ceasefire must happen for a peaceful political solution. Of course, it does not go nearly far enough, but it does show that things are moving, opinions are changing, and the guarantees Israel has come to rely upon are gradually withdrawing. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think there are very few people, not only in this House, but in this country at the moment, who would differ from the sentiments being expressed by the Scottish National Party spokesperson here today. We all watch with horror each night the torture of the people in Gaza. And we remember every morning the pain being felt by the families whose loved ones are being held hostage. But would the honourable member not agree with me that we would serve their cause so much better and ourselves in this place, if we built a consensus behind an opinion today, rather than indulging in petty party politics, which serves no one well.
I thank the Honourable Lady for the intervention. I'm not quite sure she means about petty party politics, and the behaviour we're seeing today has been pretty petty, but we are all about consensus. Anything that can build a consensus for peace, which has to be based around peace, justice and an immediate ceasefire, then we will be there.
Very grateful for the honourable member for giving way. If I could just highlight something that I think is more important than some of the conversations we've had to this moment. On Monday, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement saying that UN experts had uncovered that Israeli forces in Gaza and the West Bank are being accused of egregious human rights abuses, including arbitrary detention, extrajudicial killings, and sexual violence, including rape. The Israeli government, of course, have dismissed this without any investigation. Does the honourable member agree with me that this government should be pushing hard for a proper investigation for people to be held to account for these kinds of gross human rights abuses?
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. I think it is vitally important that whether it's a perceived ally or a perceived foe, an egregious breach of human rights is an egregious breach of human rights and should be taken as exactly that and should be investigated without fear or favour. I'm
very grateful to my honourable friend. I think one of the things which has defined this House over the last couple of years has been the unity over Ukraine, and it's been really important that we've all stood together on all sides against Putin. Can I just appeal to my honourable friend to reflect on what's required of all of us today, because the issue is one of principle, of those that are facing famine and death in Gaza. And it's important on all of us across this House to show the appropriate leadership, to come together, to speak up against the human rights abuses that are taking place. And woe betide any of us that fail to show that particular leadership. Now is the time, today is the time for this House to come together and stand up for those in Palestine that need our support.
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I think we all have a part to play in bringing peace and saving innocent lives. So I was somewhat surprised to hear the Shadow Foreign Secretary on Sunday when he seemed to dismiss and downplay the importance of this debate, when he said on the radio, it's not this vote that will bring about a ceasefire. And of course, he is right. Voting for an immediate ceasefire today won't by itself bring about the end of the slaughter. But the impact and the optics of this Parliament, hitherto one of Israel's staunchest allies, saying enough is enough and calling for an immediate ceasefire would be enormous. And while not in and of itself able to bring about a ceasefire, support for this motion would further remove that ever-thinning veil of legitimacy that the UK's continued support gives to Israel's merciless war in Gaza. And it would show the beleaguered and battered people of Palestine that we do care and that we have not forgotten them. And calling for an immediate ceasefire would also be a pivotal moment in the campaign to stop UK arms sales to Israel. Because as the South African Foreign Minister said last week, the decision to stop the fighting in Gaza is in the hands of the countries that supply Israel with their weapons. And who knows, it might actually help some of the UK's political establishment and those seeking to aspire to that position to locate their moral compass.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He refers to the way of stopping the conflict. Does he not agree with me that the only way, the most certain way of ending this conflict is by Hamas releasing the hostages, including the 9-month-old baby who was kidnapped by Hamas? And if Hamas release the hostages straight away, that is a surefire way to ceasefire, and that's what we should be talking about.
I think the very first sentence I said was we utterly condemn the Hamas attack and we implored them to release the hostages, but there has to be a pathway to reaching that. And so the Shadow Foreign Secretary, when he said that this would not bring about a ceasefire, was right. But to try and downplay the importance of this motion does not serve him well. And I do suspect that these moments do not come around very often, as he knows, and he understands only too well the importance of tonight's vote. Because it's moments like these, it is moments like these which shape the ethical identity of a country. And it's the decisions that we take now which will reverberate down the decades, and they will define who we are and what we stand for. And that is why we are calling so clearly and unambiguously for an immediate ceasefire. Because anything else presupposes that there can be a military solution to this conflict. And any other form of words threatens to give credence to the idea that Israel, by dint of deploying its massive military capacity in Gaza, that will somehow be enough to destroy Hamas. When in reality, as everyone knows, and indeed history tells us, the only possible solution to this crisis is a political solution.
For the purpose of clarity, I could understand his argument better if he were talking about what the Americans seem to call a temporary ceasefire to see if more hostages could be released. But he appears to be calling for an unconditional ceasefire, which, and I see people nodding, which would leave all the hostages at the mercy of Hamas. And does not that put Israel in the position where previously they had to release 1,000 people who had been criminally convicted to get one soldier back, and one of the people they released was the person who organised the Hamas atrocities on the 7th of October.
I thank the honourable member for that. I am absolutely clear. There has to be a roadway. There has to be a path towards peace, and that has to start with an immediate ceasefire. If it doesn't, then there is no pathway. I will address directly the issue of humanitarian pauses in a moment. But, Mr. Speaker, when the SNP last called for a vote on a ceasefire on the 15th of November, the death toll in Gaza stood at 11,320, already a heartbreaking number of people killed. Just yesterday, Johns Hopkins University and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine released their analysis, which showed that if this conflict continues on the same trajectory, there will be between 58,000 and 75,000 additional civilian Palestinian deaths in the next 6 months. So we know categorically what the consequences of inaction will be. And no one can in the future claim that they did not know or that they did not understand the consequences of what they were doing tonight.
My honourable friend give way.
Absolutely.
Very grateful to him for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree that while some rules may be more malleable than others, the rules of international law are very clear on self-defence, and that the use of self-defence must be proportionate, and that on any view, 30,000 civilians dead, the majority of whom are women and children, is excessive and not a proportionate use of force?
I thank my honourable friend for that, and she's absolutely right. And the danger that we have is if we accept Israel's response as being the new norm, then the danger that everybody across the world, regardless of their circumstances, are put in is terrifying. It's a terrifying example to set and a terrifying precedent which should worry us all, and I thank her for that intervention. And to address the point from earlier on from the honourable member, if no one can argue, I believe, with any credibility on what they used to call, and some people still do, humanitarian pauses, that convoluted idea of an organised fixed-term pause in the killing, one which would allow emergency aid into Gaza only to have the carnage resume at a pre-arranged date and time. And I think That should be seen for what it always was, a smokescreen for politicians to hide behind while waiting to see which direction the wind of public opinion might blow. Well, we have seen the way that public opinion is blowing across the world and here in the UK, with millions taking to the streets and polls showing 75% support plus for an immediate ceasefire. And the harsh reality is that the government, having expended so much political and diplomatic capital on defending and justifying Israel's prosecution of this war, now finds itself stuck on the wrong side of global opinion. And consequently, the UK's international reputation has been so diminished that when the process of finding a just, lasting peace in the region does begin, the UK will struggle to play a meaningful part in it. So if this government cannot see the long-term damage that it is doing, then it's up to this House to tell them by demanding that immediate ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire which has already been endorsed by Pope Francis, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, the Archbishop of York, Scotland's Catholic bishops, the Catholic bishops of the Conference of England and Wales, the Church of England's House of Bishops, the Muslim Council of Britain, the Quakers, the leaders of the Methodists and the United Reformed Church, the Lutheran World Federation, the UN Secretary-General, the UN General Assembly President, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, the World Health Organization, Save the Children, Amnesty, Médecins Sans Frontières, Oxfam, ActionAid, the International Rescue Committee, Action Against Hunger, Care International, Medical Aid for Palestinians, the Council for Arab-British Understanding, the Balfour Project, Islamic Relief, Christian Aid, War on Want, the Carter Centre, War Child, Unite the Union, Unison, the King Centre, World Vision, WaterAid, Tear Fund, Street Child, Star Network, Peace Direct, Mercy Corps, Civicus, and scores more of churches, NGOs, charities and individuals who have seen Israel completely abandon international humanitarian law by imposing their collective punishment on a defenceless civilian population. A civilian population in which just 16 weeks, an estimated 18,000 Palestinian children have been left without a single living relative.
The honourable member for giving way. The only way we can ensure a permanent end to the cycle of violence is by facilitating the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state alongside Israel. The main blocker to this is Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has doubled down on his opposition to an independent Palestinian state. Does my honourable friend agree that the UK must show strong opposition to Netanyahu's plans by unilaterally recognizing the state of Palestine as a matter of urgency?
I could not agree more with my honourable friend. Absolutely. The United Kingdom has shown a dereliction of duty towards the Palestinians, and we have been very, very supportive and will continue to be supportive of a Palestinian state. But all of those organisations and individuals and churches that I listed, they will not ignore the evidence of their own eyes, nor will they turn a deaf ear to the cries of suffering Palestinians, and neither should we. Mr. Speaker, the Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish once wrote, "In silence we become accomplices, but when we speak, every word has the power to change the world." So as I bring these remarks to a close, I want to share with the House the words of those being forced to live through this hell every single day. 30-year-old Islam Harb lost 3 of his 4 children, along with his mother, 2 of his sisters, and both his brothers when a missile hit their home. Islam said, My family spent days trying to dig the remains of the dead out of the rubble. The body of my brother Khalil was found 200 metres away from the house due to the power of the strike, in pieces. My children's small bodies were torn to pieces. His surviving sister, Athlam, added, my brother Mohammed was only recognised by his hair. Nothing was left of my brother Khalil except his hand. And 30-year-old Ahmad Nassam, a physiotherapist, lost his wife and 3 children, aged 5, 4 and just 3 months, along with both of his parents and his sister when a missile hit their home. He said it took him 4 days to retrieve the body of his baby daughter, Isla, from the rubble. She was only recognised by the clothes she was wearing. That same blast decapitated his 5-year-old daughter, Arwa. He said, when the war started, I had only one mission in my life, to protect my children. I wish I were with them when the house was hit. My body survived, but my spirit died with my children. It was crushed under the rubble with them. And that's why tonight really matters. That's why it'll be times like these for which we are all remembered. We will be remembered for what we did and for what we chose not to do. And for decades hence, people will say to us, you were there, and they will ask us, what did you do? And some will have to say, they chose to engage in a debate on semantics over sustainable or humanitarian causes, while others will say that they chose to give Netanyahu both the weapons and the political cover he required to allow him to prosecute his relentless war. But some of us in this House can say, when we saw 30,000 innocent people killed, when we saw almost 100,000 innocent people injured, when we saw tens of thousands of traumatised children with physical and mental damage that will last for the rest of their lives, when we saw 2 million people displaced from their homes, when we saw refugee camps bombed, when we saw hundreds of journalists killed, when we see hospitals reduced to rubble, when we saw places of worship and the people sheltering in them attacked, and when we saw ambulances which had been sent to rescue children being hit by missiles, with those rescued children still inside. At that point, we will say that we chose to do everything we possibly could to make it stop. But we also chose to listen. We listened to the International Court of Justice when they determined there were plausible grounds that Israel is in the process of committing genocide. We listened to the anguished pleas of innocent Palestinians begging for our help to make it stop. And we listened to the anger of millions of people from across these islands. And then we used our immensely privileged position as members of this House to demand an immediate ceasefire. So by supporting the SNP's motion tonight calling for that immediate ceasefire, this House can put itself on the side of peace, it can put itself on the side of justice, it can put itself on the side of the people, and it can put itself on the right side of history.
The question is, as on the order, order. Can I just say to members clapping, I have a list, and I can rule who speaks where. So I think we need to hear a debate, not a debating society. The question is, as on the order paper, I call David Lammy to move the amendment A in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Senate Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the Labour amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and my name. There are times when this House can come together with clarity and a unity of purpose. And I hope that this can be one of those moments. Mr. Speaker, it's with pain and sadness that this House gathers here today. The pain and sadness of war that has gone on too long. It's now 137 days since the appalling 7th of October massacre. And since that day, the killing has gone on. Flattened cities, ransacked kibbutzim, teeming refugee camps, hostages in chains. We've seen it all on our TV screens and phone screens. Mr. Speaker, a ground offensive in Rafah would be a humanitarian disaster, a moral catastrophe, and a strategic mistake. It must not happen. That is our position. That is the position of the European Union. It's the position of our friends in the Arab world. It's the position of our Five Eyes partners in Australia, in Canada and New Zealand. We must not just avert a ground invasion of Rafah, essential though it is. All violence against civilians must now stop.
Will you give way?
Just a moment. And that is why Labour is saying unequivocally that we need an immediate humanitarian ceasefire to end the bloodshed and the suffering.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. What I think is really important in this debate is that we try and come out of this with not only this House united, but with the United Kingdom in line with international partners. What I would have said to the honourable gentleman from the SNP if he had given way was, well, the leader of the SNP in Prime Minister's questions was talking about being in line with the international community. Isn't it actually the case that it is the Labour amendment that will put us in line with those international partners? And in fact, the SNP amendment that will put us outside of the space where the vast majority of the international community is?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. This is a moment when the whole House can come together. Let us be clear, whether it is the government benches, whether it is the opposition benches, all of us agree the time for a ceasefire has come to end the bloodshed and suffering, to allow a sustained effort to salvage the hope of a two-state solution. There are 3 motions before us today. Only one of them can be supported by all sides.
We all want to see the fighting stopped. We can't begin to imagine the horrors of what will happen if Israel goes into Rafah. The problem is, I think we can all imagine that Israel might do just that and ignore international opinion. So can we start to think what action we will take, what sanctions we will take against Israel and propose if they do that? There have to be some consequences for Israel if they behave in this way, completely opposed to all international opinion.
Well, my friend knows that the UN is meeting to discuss these very issues. And I think all of us can agree in this chamber that were that to happen, particularly as is being indicated at the moment by the Israeli government over Ramadan, it would be a catastrophic mistake. Labour supports an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, a stop to fighting by both sides now, the release of hostages, a surge of aid into Gaza, and a two-state solution.
I hear what the honourable gentleman's saying about a humanitarian pause, but can I ask him, how did he feel? Oh, humanitarian ceasefire, and humanitarian effort in Gaza. But can I ask the honourable gentleman how he felt when the leader of the opposition said very publicly that Israel had the right to withhold power and water from the people of Gaza?
He didn't say that.
137 days into this crisis, I say to the honourable gentleman, and I've now been in this House for almost 24 years. This is the moment to lift the tone, not lower it. Can I just turn, Mr. Speaker, to the SNP motion? Can I just turn to the SNP motion, if I may? It expresses our common desire for the fighting and suffering to stop. But it does not address, as currently drafted, although I did listen to the spokesperson for the SNP, it does not address how the fighting will not restart. It calls for an end to the war, but it does not lay out a path to a sustainable peace. It does not fully explain how a lasting ceasefire can be achieved, and it makes no mention of a two-state solution or Palestinian statehood. It does not reference the ICJ ruling and the need for its full implementation. Frankly, colleagues, the SNP motion appears, wait one moment, appears to be one-sided. For any ceasefire to work, it must, by necessity, be observed by all sides, or it isn't a ceasefire. That's why we are clear. Israel cannot be expected to cease fighting if Hamas continues with violence. Israelis have the right to the assurance that the horror of the 7th of October cannot happen again. I have no doubt that the SNP agree with these sentiments, because I heard that in the honourable gentleman's speech. He should then vote with the Labour motion.
I'm really listening to the right honourable gentleman closely. The problem this House has is that we don't have operational control over the combatants. And this war will end when both sides are exhausted and they decide they want it to end, and they lay down their arms. And I listened to the right honourable gentleman, spokesman for the SNP, and I just, at the end of the day, he read out a very long charge sheet against Israel. But Hamas is using its own people, men, women, and children, as human shields, and it knows what it is doing as well.
Well, that is why we say to the right honourable gentleman, a ceasefire by necessity means both sides. It's very careful. The honourable members should be very careful not to vote for the appearance that this House is taking one side, however concerned we are about the innocent loss of life. I give way.
Thank you for giving way. He's talking about a permanent ceasefire, which clearly that's what we all want. We need peace in the region. But if you can't demand an immediate ceasefire, and the immediate ceasefire must be permanent, because you can't guarantee. So surely, if wants it to be a permanent ceasefire, that allows the carnage to continue in Gaza to be wiped from the map.
Let me be clear. The Labour Party is calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. We have been absolutely clear. When that ceasefire comes, we do not want to see the fighting restart. I've been crystal clear about that position.
Very grateful for the honourable member for giving way, and I'm grateful for the position he is now adopting around an immediate ceasefire. And I think there's more cohesion in this House today than we're actually assuring the public. There are still some people, though, in this House who are demanding that a ceasefire has to be permanent. Now, I don't like making the comparison to our own peace process, but the basic principles are the same. You cannot guarantee the permanence of a ceasefire. You work for a ceasefire, and then you work to make it permanent. So the bar is too high for some people. If people want to listen to what the public are saying and watch the TV screens, people are dying today. We have to call for an immediate ceasefire right now, and I thank the member for taking that position. I encourage all members to support any opportunity to vote for an immediate ceasefire.
The honourable gentleman reminds this House of the seriousness of the issue before us. he reminds us not just of the ceasefire, but the long yards and roads to peace. And that is why in the Labour motion, we talk about compliance with the ICJ rulings and international law. We talk about Palestinian recognition on the road to that two-state solution. And we are absolutely clear that we should do nothing in this chamber that cuts across the hard work of Arab partners, EU partners, the United States, our Five Eyes allies, who are in the room trying to broker that peace. And we say that with some humbleness on the opposition side of this House, because neither of us are in the room. I give way to.
Very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Now, he's talking about how the SNP's motion doesn't have any plan for a long-lasting peace after an immediate ceasefire. But I therefore want to know why the Labour motion has included a caveat in it that notes that Israel cannot be expected to cease fighting if Hamas continues with violence. Hamas is not the people of Palestine. So why is that line in the Labour amendment?
The Honourable Lady is as educated as I am. She understands that a ceasefire takes two sides. So it's crystal clear that if we expect Israel to lay down their arms, we must ask Hamas to do the same.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I'm very pleased to hear him making the point that any ceasefire has to be agreed and committed to by both sides. But unfortunately, there was a ceasefire on the 6th of October, and it was broken by Hamas. The previous ceasefire at the end of last year was broken by Hamas. Why does he have any faith that if a ceasefire was agreed now, Hamas would stick to it?
Saw came before there had been any release of any hostages. It came at a point where very little humanitarian aid was going in to Gaza. And it is because of that pause that we saw some hostages released. And Hamas did stop the rocket fire at that point. So as I say, we are all clear that we need an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, that the humanitarian situation self-evidently needs the fighting to stop. But it's our belief also that if we get that ceasefire, we would also see more hostages released. And we are also listening to what hostage families themselves are saying in Israel. Can if I may just make a little progress, I might just make a little, and then I'll come back to the honourable members. Can I next turn to the government amendment? Again, there are elements of it which we agree with, but there is a serious omission, and that's its failure to call for a ceasefire that is immediate. I don't believe, and I'm looking forward to listening to the Right Honourable Member when he gets to his feet, but I don't believe that the gap is unbridgeable. The Foreign Secretary says he wants the fighting to stop now, mirroring the language of myself and the Leader of the Opposition. Throughout this war, the government have followed us. We called for the violence against West Bank settlers to be sanctioned on the 6th of November, and again on the 9th of November. The government moved on the 14th of December. For 2 years, since Boris Johnson's appalling letter, we've been calling for the government to accept the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction over the conduct of all parties in the occupied Palestinian territories. Again, the government moved on the 14th of December to do just that. For a decade, the Labour Party has supported the recognition of the Palestinian state as expressed in our motion. Earlier this month, the Foreign Secretary moved to our position. So once again, we ask the government to reflect on where the mood of this House is And we ask members opposite to accept the language that we've moved today so that together we can speak with one voice. And I say that with all seriousness. All of us know that whilst we can debate these issues in this House, the effect of them on the ground are something else entirely. But if the UK Parliament, on this greatest of issues, can speak with one voice, then perhaps we can genuinely make a difference. Of course, I give way to the Honourable.
I thank him very much for giving way, and I've been listening very carefully to the way he's been prosecuting the merits of each of the different amendments. I would point out there was a Liberal Democrat amendment which answered positively all of the points so far that have been made and was not selected, and I feel that's a shame. I will be encouraging my party to vote for all amendments that push the cause of peace, but I ask him, he mentions how this will be seen on the ground. The fact is, after today, it's likely, unfortunately, that the headline that comes from Parliament will be that a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, was rejected because of the lack of coordination between particularly the opposition benches. Would he agree with me? We should and could have done better.
Well, I have huge respect for the Honourable Lady, huge respect for the Honourable Lady, and she and I, since October the 7th, were together in Bahrain, meeting with Middle East leaders, talking about these very issues. The whole point, I would say, of the Labour amendment is to give this House the opportunity to come together. And her poignant messages to this House a few weeks ago are a reason why this is the moment to come together.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and of course I'm very pleased to be supporting an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and the recognition of Palestine. When the desperately needed ceasefire does happen, does my honourable friend agree that the government needs to be doing everything they can to urgently ramp up the amount of aid that is going into Gaza to try and save more lives?
My right honourable friend raises the central point as to why we're calling for that immediate humanitarian ceasefire at this moment. We all knew that before this crisis, about 500 trucks were getting in a day. Today, it's less than 95. Today, starvation is widespread. Today, medical aid is hard to come by. The last hospitals are closing. And personal to me, because one of my children is adopted, there are now 17,000 young people who are orphaned in Gaza. It's horrendous. And it's why the seriousness of this debate demands us all to act with one voice.
Grateful in my right honourable friend in giving way, and I agree with him. There needs to be an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. I agree with him. But that also needs to be in accordance with a clear political framework for a two-state solution. Otherwise, you will have the same problem, if I may ask the question. Otherwise, you may have the same problem a year or 6 months down the line. The question I ask him is this. People outside are fed up with politicians saying they want a two-state, and prime ministers and leaders of the opposition saying they want two-state, but not clarifying what two-state is. Looking at the Labour motion, does he now agree with me and other parliamentarians when we talk about a recognition of a viable Palestinian state? That would need to be in line with the United Kingdom's own drafted UN Security Council resolution 242 with regards to what a recognized Palestinian state needs to be, so people know and have a clear framework, because otherwise 67, 77, 87, 97, 2007, and now in 2024, we keep calling for it. Let's make it clear what that recognition state is and a clear timeline when we will recognize that state.
The honourable gentleman raises a very important point, and it's why in this motion we talk about that political solution that is necessary. All of us know that it is not military and weapons that will bring an end to this crisis. It's the business that we're all in. Political discussion and dialogue. That's what will bring an end to this crisis. And he talks about the circumstances for that two-state solution. Recognition in of itself does not achieve that two-state solution, but it's our commitment, if we can work with partners. We are on a road and a journey, and we have heard partners in other countries speaking to that issue at this point in time. Most colleagues, when they talk about those two states, are thinking about 1967 borders, but I hear what he says about the various members. I'm going to make some progress because many will want to get in this debate, and I don't want to dominate the whole debate. So let me just make some progress, and I will return to SNP colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Labour's amendment reflects the common sense and the moral purpose of the British people. They see the endless killing of innocents and find it intolerable. We want it to stop now through an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Labour wants that immediate ceasefire, not tomorrow, not in another 100 days, but now. They see the prospect of an Israeli ground offensive in Rafah, and that will only lead to more death and suffering. They want it to stop not tomorrow, not in 100 days. They want it to stop now. They see the families of hostages in agony, whose capture is prolonging their agony. They want to see the hostages released not tomorrow, not in 100 days. They want them released now. The common sense of the British people understands that rules exist for a reason and that the international rule of law must be followed. They want Israel to comply with the ICJ's provisional measures, not tomorrow, not in 100 days, but now. And the common sense of the British people understands that no ceasefire can be one-sided. They know it's not enough just for Hamas or just for Israel to stop firing rockets. They want both sides to stop, not tomorrow, not in another 100 days, but now. I give way. I give way to the formula.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he makes the point that it's only going to be politics and diplomacy that can take us to that two-state solution. That underpins why it's necessary to have that ceasefire on both sides, the return of the hostages. But it's incumbent on all of us. We've debated that two-state solution for decades. This now has to be a wake-up call, and the international community coming together to insist that the rights of Israelis and Palestinians are now recognised. But to do that, to begin that process, we need this House today to vote for that ceasefire.
I agree with the right honourable gentleman, and I ask him to vote for the Labour amendment. I give way.
Grateful to the Shadow Minister, and on his point about a matter of days elapsing and no more days to elapse, the official opposition were here just 16 days ago with their own Opposition Day debate. They were discussing ministerial severance. Why, I wonder, can the Shadow Minister tell me that they didn't have the same priority for the people of Gaza as they had for ministerial severance just 16 days ago?
It's absolutely pathetic. Beyond the there on the ground.
I have been calling for the fighting to stop for weeks. The leader of the opposition has been calling for the fighting to stop for weeks. I say to the honourable gentleman, I was in the West Bank. I was in Egypt. I was in Qatar. I was in UAE. I was in Saudi Arabia. That is how seriously we take this issue. I was also in Israel. None of us have more moral
order. Order! Please. It's meant to be going through the chair and not David Lammy.
None of us, Mr. Speaker, have more moral authority than each of us acting to pass a motion and speak with one voice in this House today. The British people have seen the spectre of violence in Northern Ireland over many decades, and they understand that a ceasefire is not the final destination, but a step on the road to a lasting peace, one that requires hard negotiation, a roadmap for a political process. There's no way out of the crisis without hope that both Palestinians and Israelis have a path to security, to justice and opportunity in lands that they can call their own. Progress will require genuine partners for peace on both sides of the table. Hamas and Israeli hardliners want to bury a two-state solution. And we must now unite to show that we will not let that happen. And as I said before, my discussions with the United States, with European and Arab leaders in Munich, have made clear the widespread acknowledgement of the need to urgently seek that just and lasting solution, a sovereign and viable Palestinian state, a safe and secure Israel, which has strong, trusting relations with the countries in the region. That is the prize. I do not underestimate the great pain and division that must be overcome, nor the challenges ahead. The UK cannot advance this agenda on its own, but it can't also sit this one out. It is time for the international community to stand up, achieve an end to the fighting and a path to peace, and the UK must play its part. That's why our amendment makes it explicit that we will not give up on a two-state solution. It makes it clear that we will work with international partners to recognise a Palestinian state as a contribution to, rather than an outcome, to a two-state solution. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we are used to division because our trade is politics. But on this matter, we must rise above it. When the British people are so clear and are so concerned from Truro to Inverness, let no one tell us they take no interest in foreign affairs. Would it not send a powerful message if for once we could come together as a House for the sake of the nation, for the sake of peace? Mr. Speaker, in this spirit, we've designed our motion that my honourable friends to the left and to the right of me on the government benches across from me may vote for. It's my appeal to those in this House that we come together, calling in one voice to end the killing, for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire that calls on both sides to stop. A united Parliament today can show we're rolling up our sleeves, committing to the long, hard road to peace, so that we will have made the voice of our nation heard to influence this war, to help these tragic children of the same land to find peace in the beautiful Palestine of tomorrow, and an Israel without tears, where the stones of Jerusalem should finally be a city of peace. I beg that this House approves the Labour amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this has already been an extremely interesting debate. We heard from the right honourable gentleman, the Shadow Foreign Secretary. I will give way later, but I'm not giving way for the moment. So, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the huge benefit of us speaking with one voice. We heard, I think, the member for Foyle talk about the more cohesion in the House existing than people currently think. We heard from another member about the importance of there being some humility. I think it was the honourable gentleman, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, because members of Parliament are not in the room. I emphasise the government is in the room, and there was a call that we should lift the tone today. He said, the honourable gentleman for Tottenham, he said we should come together. And I submit, Mr. Speaker, that the right thing to do tonight is to support the government's motion. The opposition has been very supportive in the past. I think with the House speaking with both the opposition and the government with one voice, that was very helpful to Britain making the arguments that he and I both share in the Middle East. And Mr. Speaker, we will, if you advise us later, move our amendment. And I want to be sure that the House will consider this very seriously in the same tone that the right honourable gentleman, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, has said. And our amendment says that the House supports Israel's right to self-defence in compliance with international humanitarian law against the terror attacks perpetrated by Hamas, condemns the slaughter, abuse and gender-based violence perpetrated on the 7th of October 2023, further condemns the use of civilian areas by Hamas and others for terrorist operations, urges negotiations to agree an immediate humanitarian pause as the best way to stop the fighting and to get aid in and hostages out. Supports moves towards a permanent, sustainable ceasefire, acknowledges that achieving this will require all hostages to be released, the formation of a new Palestinian government, Hamas to be unable to launch further attacks and no longer in charge in Gaza, and a credible pathway to a two-state solution which delivers peace, security and justice for both Israelis and Palestinians, expresses concern at the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and at the prospect of a military offensive in Rafah, reaffirms the urgent need to significantly scale up the flow of aid into Gaza, where too many innocent civilians have died, and calls on all parties to take immediate steps to stop the fighting and ensure unhindered humanitarian access. Now, Mr. Speaker, I submit to the House that that very carefully crafted amendment put to the House today ought to carry the vast number of right honourable and honourable members as the government seeks in this incredibly difficult situation to forge a common path and a common purpose to a change in what we're seeing today. I will give way, but I'm not giving way yet. I've returned this morning, Mr. Speaker, from Qatar as part of the British government's collective efforts to make progress on key objectives. I must apologise, Mr. Speaker, to you and the House that I will need to be absent for part of the debate. Now it extends to 7 o'clock as I'm engaged in other ministerial duties. Mr. Speaker, we all want to see an end to the fighting as soon as possible, but we also recognise, or we need to recognise and understand, that a ceasefire will not last if hostages are still being held, if Hamas still rain down rockets on Israel, if they maintain control of Gaza with capabilities to carry out further terrorist atrocities. The immediate priority must be negotiating a humanitarian pause. And this is because it will create a window to get more hostages out safely, to get considerably more aid in quickly, and to get further negotiations on a sustainable ceasefire going immediately. We want the pause to become a complete ceasefire without, I say this to the honourable gentleman, without a return to fighting. This is the focus of our diplomatic efforts as we talk turns to a military offensive in Rafah. This has the potential for devastating consequences. I therefore welcome this opportunity to reflect to the House on the latest developments. As the Prime Minister said to Prime Minister Netanyahu last week, we continue to support Israel's right to defend its people against Hamas's terror. But we are deeply concerned about the loss of civilian life in Gaza and the worsening humanitarian crisis. I will in a moment, but let me also reflect on the terrible impact of this conflict. On October the 7th, Israel suffered the worst terror attack in its history at the hands of Hamas. Over 1,200 Israelis were reported killed. Over 5,000 Israelis were reported injured. Even now, over 130 hostages are still thought to be held by Hamas in Gaza. Last week saw the first hostage rescue since late October, with 2 hostages returned to their family. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to call for the immediate release of all hostages, including British nationals and their families. We are using all diplomatic channels to push for that, working with partners across the region. Meanwhile, we have helped more than 300 British nationals to leave Gaza. The devastating humanitarian crisis is worsening daily, with hunger and disease spreading. And according to the latest reports, more than 29,000 people have been killed and 69,000 injured. 1.7 million people have been displaced. We want to see Israel take greater care to limit its operations to military targets and avoid harming civilians and destroying homes. I give way to my right honourable friend.
On a particular point, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary on the 2nd of January and received a reply from one of his junior ministers in the House of Lords about the plight of the 650 Christians held in the Holy Family Church, who are basically innocent hostages of this appalling situation. And I asked the Minister, the Foreign Secretary, if we could give these people asylum. They're clearly in the crossfire here. I received, frankly, a disingenuous reply saying that the government would seek respite for these people. That means nothing. Are we prepared to offer asylum to these people and get them out?
Well, my right honourable friend will know this is a very difficult area which involves other departments in the government, but I will ensure that he gets an update on that issue from my right honourable friend when she winds up the debate. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. Now, he's just laid out the government's position. It may not be immediately clear to those watching the difference between that and the Labour amendment. The Labour amendment calls for an immediate ceasefire. His calls for a pause, which by definition means the war isn't over, but there's a pause in it. The Labour amendment calls for the introduction of a Palestinian state. The Labour amendment will put this in line with Australia, Canada and New Zealand, and the Labour amendment opposes the action in Rafah, whereas the government only has concern about it. So can he just explain on those four differences what it is he thinks is wrong with what Labour are saying in our amendment?
Grateful for his recognition that we are close in terms of the amendment which the government is putting and the amendment which the official opposition are putting. I think it is a great pity that it isn't possible for the official opposition to support the government amendments tonight, and I very much hope that he will consider that when he comes to decide how to vote. In respect of the other things he mentioned, I'm coming to them directly, if he will allow me to do so. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the prospect of a military offensive in Rafah, where over half of Gaza's population are sheltering, including more than 600,000 children. These are people who have fled repeatedly since the conflict began, and as the Foreign Secretary has said, it is impossible to see how you can fight a war among them. There is nowhere for them to go. They cannot go south into Egypt, and they cannot go north because many of their homes have been destroyed. Hamas, of course, displays the utmost cynicism in lurking among civilians, sacrificing innocent lives in the name of their fanaticism. We condemn this utterly. But we must also recognise the results of this cynicism. Israeli soldiers will only be able to reach hostages or the Hamas leadership at an incredible cost to innocent lives. We share Israel's desire to end the threat from Hamas and ensure it no longer exerts control over Gaza. But the UK and our partners say that Israel must reflect on whether such a military operation is wise. Is it counterproductive to their long-term interests? How best to achieve the goals the international community has set out before it takes any further action? Britain and our partners, Mr. Speaker, are doing all we can to help those suffering. We have trebled our assistance and we are pressing to get it into Gaza by all available routes: land, sea, air, trucks of aid rolling in from Jordan and ships loaded with supplies sailing from Cyprus, all while striving to get more crossings open. Last week I was, as I mentioned, to the House in Qatar, where we discussed the need to increase humanitarian aid to Gaza. I'm pleased to say a joint UK-Qatar aid consignment arrived in Rafah last week, including tents to shelter families in desperate need. Our partnership on that consignment prefigured our new $50 million global humanitarian and development co-funding initiative, which I unveiled with Qatari Minister Al Qatar last weekend. The Rafah crossing, Mr. Speaker, is vital to ensure aid can reach the people who so desperately need it. Britain has continually underlined the need for Israel to ease restrictions on humanitarian supplies and ensure the UN and aid agencies can reach civilians in need throughout Gaza. Let me also reiterate, I will give way in a moment to the right honourable gentleman. Let me also reiterate that Israel must obey international humanitarian law in the way it prosecutes this war and in terms of ensuring that food, water and shelter is available to Gazans. It must also take all possible measures to ensure the safety of medical personnel and facilities. The British government has repeated this point in all our engagements with Israeli counterparts and partners, including during the Foreign Secretary's visit to Israel on the 24th of January, and with regional partners, including Saudi Arabia, Oman and Lebanon. I give way to the right honourable gentleman, the former leader of the Labour Party.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I'm grateful to him for that. He poured cold water on the South African submission to the International Court of Justice before it was placed. Could he now give a response from the government to the decisions, the interim decisions made by the International Court of Justice, the World Court, which effectively called for an immediate unilateral halt to the hostilities by Israel against the people of Gaza. Surely, if the government believes in the rule of international law, they should respect the International Court of Justice.
Well, I set out to the right honourable gentleman, I think, before in this House, that the government respects the International Court. We made it clear we thought it was a mistake for South Africa to launch that case when they did, and the view of the British government has not changed since I last told him that view. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, the most effective way now to alleviate this suffering is an immediate pause in fighting to get aid in and hostages out. This is the best route to make progress towards a future for Gaza freed from rule by Hamas. Britain has set out the vital elements to turn a pause into a sustainable ceasefire without a return to fighting. One of the key points that the honourable gentleman, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, made, and perhaps create the political space for a lasting peace. But we can only turn to this if there is first a break in the fighting. I give way to the honourable lady.
Very grateful for him giving way, and anything that advances this is good, and I welcome the government has moved. I'm afraid the fact that it's not immediate, I can't support because I don't feel it captures the urgency. But I do want to welcome something the government has done, which is the sanctioning of the 4 extremist violent settlers, because there is a link between what is happening in the West Bank and the settlements, the political views of the ultra right-wing in Netanyahu's government, especially Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and the protestations of Netanyahu that he does not want a Palestinian state on 67 borders. He's been very clear about that. And when you put all that together, it in part explains why the assault in Rafah and the rest of Gaza is happening as it is. So would he tell the House a bit more about those sanctions, because they are working, but also what have they said to Netanyahu about a future Palestinian state, because it is a necessary precondition for any kind of truce, ceasefire, whatever we want to call it.
Well, I have great respect for the honourable lady, as she knows, but on her last point, she may rest assured that both the Foreign Secretary, who knows Prime Minister Netanyahu well, and the Prime Minister, specifically in a conversation last week, have been very clear on the importance of that. And I hope she will consider that tonight when she decides how she's going to vote on these various amendments. And I will give way to my...
As my right honourable friend said, and I think the opposition Shadow Secretary of State said, we are in the business of politics. So if my right honourable friend was to enter into negotiations this week with the Israeli government, do we have more chance of persuading it to an immediate ceasefire or more chance of persuading it to the cause of a humanitarian pause?
My right honourable friend makes his point extremely clearly. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend in giving way. Just looking at the specific wording on the government motion, where it says, and finding a credible pathway to a two-state solution which delivers peace. With regard to that specific point and the point made earlier, where is the United Kingdom with regards to the recognition of a Palestinian state? I saw comments by the Foreign Secretary recently with regards to that. And for that two-state solution to be achieved, the government needs to set out what does it consider a Palestinian state to look like? Is it on the 67 borders on a motion that we, the United Kingdom, drafted and wrote and asked others to support? Because if we're looking at Ukraine around the world, people say if we want you to support us on international law, we have to be consistent in our approach.
Well, he'll appreciate that it's important not to go too fast and imperil the objective that we are making. But I am coming, I point out to him what I said to the honourable lady, but I am coming very directly to that point. We have set out, I will give way in a minute. I think I've given way quite generous, I will give way in a minute. We have set out the vital steps for achieving the pause we wish to see. All hostages must be released and the new Palestinian government for the West Bank and Gaza formed, accompanied by an international support package. Hamas's capacity to launch attacks against Israel must be removed, and they must no longer be in charge in Gaza. Finally, there must be a political horizon, to which the Honourable Lady and my honourable friend appeared, which provides a credible and irreversible pathway to a two-state solution. The resolution put forward in the Security Council yesterday did not achieve these outcomes. Simply calling for a ceasefire, as that resolution did, will not make it happen. Indeed, as it could endanger the hostage negotiations, it could actually make a ceasefire less likely. The way to stop the fighting, Mr. Speaker, and potentially stop it from then restarting, is to begin with a pause to get hostages out and aid in. That is what we are calling for, and it could end the fighting now. We have also taken further steps to hold those to account who undermine the steps to peace in the West Bank. Last week, the British government announced new sanctions against 4 extremist Israeli settlers who have violently attacked Palestinians in the West Bank. Our long-standing position has been that we will recognise a Palestinian state at a time that is most conducive to the peace process. And I submit to the House that must be the right answer. We must give the people of the West Bank and Gaza the political perspective of a credible route to a Palestinian state and a new future. And it needs to be irreversible. Likewise, we must give the people of Israel certainty of security. This does not just come down to us, but we can help. Crucially, we've made clear the formal recognition of a Palestinian state cannot come at the start of the process, but it does not have to be the very end of the process either. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
My perseverance, I do appreciate that. I think this has been a very highly charged debate, both in the House and in the general public, and people are rightly angry. Now, part of the anger is born from a real sense of frustration that this Parliament, this government, doesn't give the same value of life to a Palestinian child as it does to an Israeli child. And that, whether we accept it or not, that is a strongly held belief. Now, we know with Rafah, there are 600,000 children who are at risk if that ground offensive begins. No if, no buts. Will he say from the dispatch box the government do not support that action?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, I've set the government's position out extremely clearly, and I recognise the point that he is making, that there are very strong feelings across the House on this matter. The point I am trying to make in this speech today, made by a number of other members, is that there is an awful lot in the government's motion which most people in the House can agree with and can support. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. He said that the Foreign Secretary has asked Israel to think again about any further military offensive or incursion into Rafah. And I think we all would urge Israel to think very carefully about how that would be conducted. But would he agree with me that our support for Israel on October the 7th was clear? We said that it should be able to eradicate Hamas. And there is a very real danger that our emerging position, and certainly that of other parties, will leave Hamas's terrorist organization partially intact. That is an intolerable situation for Israel. It sends a very clear message that using human shields works, and that we will not allow Israel to fully defend itself. How would he answer that question?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, I have answered it because I have made clear the government's position in respect of Hamas and Hamas's future. And I think if he reads the record and he reads the motion tonight with care, I think he will see that the key point that he is making is one that informs the government's view. I give way to...
Thank you. And does my right honourable friend have any discussions with the Israeli government that if the hostages are released by Hamas, then Israel will withdraw and the peace process can then start going forward?
I'm sure the House will understand, Mr. Speaker, that I cannot comment in any detail at all on the hostage negotiations that are going on. But what I can tell my honourable friend and the House is that Britain is right at the front of trying to make sure that these negotiations are successful. Mr. Speaker, let me end by recognising that there will be a huge amount to do in the days after a pause. It will be a starting point on the road to peace, not the final destination. Nevertheless, it is critical that all parties give this process the best odds of succeeding. That means first securing a pause in the fighting which then progresses to a sustainable ceasefire, and we all hope a lasting peace. I urge all members of the House to look carefully at the government motion tonight before deciding how to vote if you, Mr. Speaker, put it to a vote.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when the amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment now be made. Murray Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to begin with something that Frankie Boyle actually said. And he pointed out that it makes no sense to say that the situation in Gaza is too complex for a ceasefire, because ceasefire is one of the oldest and simplest terms to understand. It means stop firing. In fact, it's so simple that it's actually designed to be heard and understood in the middle of a literal battle. So there is no middle ground when it comes to a ceasefire. You either follow the order or you don't. You either stop firing or you don't. Now, during the 2014 crisis, there was an estimated 2,251 Palestinian deaths. The then Prime Minister rightly called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. But if we fast forward 10 years to the current conflict, we have a death toll of nearly 30,000. And that's not including the bodies that have yet to be recovered from underneath the rubble. And yet the very same man, now Foreign Secretary, is failing to support a ceasefire. And that number, nearly 70,000 people have also been injured. So according to Amnesty International, the death rate in Gaza right now is 1 death every 4 minutes. It won't just be bombs that are killing Palestinians, it's poor sanitation and malnutrition as well now. We know that people are starving, people being reduced to eating grass and animal feed. In January last month, over half of all aid deliveries were denied access and could not get through to those who currently need it. Less than half of hospitals in Gaza are even partially functioning, and the few that are will quickly run out of supplies unless Israel allows aid through. Now, since 2008, Israel have refused entry to any UN agency individuals, which to me is a giant red flag in and of itself. But despite these attempts to shield themselves and hide from any accountability, we know that war crimes are being committed in Gaza. Churches sheltering hundreds of innocent Palestinians being bombed to the ground. There's been strikes against people in refugee camps and hospitals. Just earlier this week, there was reports that Israeli forces ordered the evacuation of a hospital only to start sniper fire on those who attempted to leave, leaving 2,500 folks still trapped in the hospital. Israel's own Minister of Defence said that there would be, and I quote, a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas. Now, as the occupying power, Israel has an obligation under international law to ensure the basic needs of Gaza's civilian population are met. They are not doing that. Now, the International Court of Justice specifically directed Israel to take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance. They are not doing that. Yet Israel still refuses to reinstate the water supply they so cruelly shut off months ago. They're stopping medicine getting in, they're stopping food entering Gaza, and despite the growing likelihood of famine that they will have created, they still are not budging. Now, the actions of Hamas, let's be absolutely clear, they were horrific and unjustifiable. But as I said earlier to the Shadow Minister, the people of Palestine are not Hamas. Israel's disproportionate and indiscriminate bombing of civilians, combined with everything else that we know, has got to be the very definition of collective punishment, which, as we all know, is illegal under international law. It's a war crime. And this is why it's so important how this place responds. Because in many respects, the ending of the violence in Gaza rests in the hands of the countries supplying the money and the weapons to Israel. Now, the Arms Trade Treaty bans the sale of weapons where there is a concern that they may be used to breach international law. Well, given the International Court of Justice has found that there's a plausible risk that Israel is committing genocide, it is upon the UK to revoke all arms licenses and military equipment to Israel. Otherwise, we break the own treaties that we've signed up to. Frankly, warm words and platitudes will not cut it. Only action will. Now, that's one death every 4 minutes. And the time that this debate happens today, and we all talk amongst ourselves, 100 more people will be dead that were alive this morning. The least we can do is call for a ceasefire. Because if we don't, we will be morally and directly complicit in every single life lost and every single family destroyed in Gaza. The route to peace, the route to justice, the route to any humane conclusion to this begins with an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, because anything less from us and future generations will quite rightly never forgive us or forget.
Sir Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whatever anyone's views about the history or the politics of the Middle East, no one can be in any doubt that since October the 7th, we have all witnessed a humanitarian tragedy. The attacks of the terrorist group Hamas, including the murder of young people attending a music festival and the taking of hostages, was bound to set in train a series of violence that Hamas themselves must have fully understood, including a full response by the Israeli government. In completely associating myself with the comments of my right honourable friend on the government's motion, particularly the need to have an immediate humanitarian pause, but a permanent, sustainable ceasefire, including the release of hostages, I wanted to take up a point that was made by the right honourable member for Ross Guy and Lochaber, who's no longer in his place, about the role that Britain can have in the more substantive issue around the conflict. As has been pointed out in this debate, we are not participants in the conflict, therefore we cannot have a direct effect on whether arms are laid down or not, but we can have an influence in the process that comes later. Sooner or later, this will have to return to a political process, and Britain should be now setting down the rules by which we want to see peace, not at the moment, to see peace put in place. And I think it's highly important that we understand what we actually mean when the term peace is being used in this context. And I know the honourable member for Oxford West, who I had the privilege to be at the Manama Dialogue with, feels very strongly about this too. And we have to make clear that on both sides, and constantly applied to both sides, the concept of peace is not just the absence of war or conflict, but the freedom from the fear of conflict or oppression or terror. And peace requires mutual respect, freedom from persecution, and living without fear of destitution. It comes with self-determination and liberation from arbitrary justice. It needs hope and dignity and enforceable rights. And only when all the people of the region have access to all of these could we talk about having achieved a peaceful solution to the conflict. Now, I think that we need to look at that political process with two addenda. The first is that when we move to a two-state solution, and we must move to a two-state solution, because the people who don't want a two-state solution are Iran, which doesn't want Israel to exist, and apparently Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't want a Palestinian state to exist, but we must recognise the will of the international community that there must be a two-state solution in the end. But for a political process to be able to exist, we need to deal with the wider security issues. There needs to be a guarantee of the security of Israel from the sort of attacks it has seen. And it's very clear that the Israeli construct of security has failed. Otherwise, the Hamas incursions would not have taken place. It's also very clear that there has to be a proper guarantee of security for any emerging Palestinian state. These quite self-evidently cannot be done by the states on their own. And just as we looked for international guarantees of security for Europe after World War II, so we will need to have international agreement around any security architecture within which a political solution can be found to the Israel-Palestinian issue. And the other thing I would say is this, that we need also, as a country, it's something that I'm sure this House can unite around, we've got to make sure that it's a wider concern about the improved prosperity, hope and opportunity of all young people in the region. Now, it's been my privilege to lead the UK's Abraham Accords group over the past 2 years, and I welcome support we've had across the House. But we have got to find mechanisms of improving the economic well-being, particularly of young people on the Arab street. Otherwise, there will be no lasting basis for a political solution. People who have got nothing to lose will gamble with it. People who've got something to lose will be much more circumspect. That has been the lesson from how peace has been brought to disputes around the world. And I believe that the importance of the issue of Rafah comes into this because we're at something of a crossroads here, because we can either move forward with the ideas of hope and prosperity, bridge building and rapprochement that the Abraham Accords have brought, and I have to say that the governments of Bahrain, the UAE and Morocco have been far-sighted to maintain that process during the current conflict. But if we don't take that path, we run the risk of going back to 1971 and a generation of radicalized young Arabs who will make a political solution impossible. And we need now to recognize that this debate that we're having today, much of which is, I have to say, quite nuanced on the terms of when and how ceasefires are actually taking place. But we need, as a country, to be setting our sights and our horizons further on what happens when the political process does re-engage. Where does Britain play a role in that? I believe that we have a very positive and constructive role to play. And I think that we now need to take our debate onto that wider and much more important and far-sighted horizon.
Order, order, order. There are some 60 members. Order. There are some 60 members wishing to take part in the debate. Even given the time available and allowing half an hour for the wind-up speeches, not each, that's 10 minutes for each of three. We've got to put a time limit on. I'm going to start now, immediately, with a time limit of 5 minutes. That is very likely to drop down to 3 in fairly short order. Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am speechless with the way this debate began, actually. As this House knows, there has been scant opportunity for me to be able to tell the story, not just of my family or the hundreds in the church that they are in northern Gaza, but the story of Palestinians on the ground and indeed those who have lost people in the horrendous attacks on October the 7th, whether it be their murder or their abduction. And so I'm grateful that we've got this opportunity. And as we've got hours of debate in front of us, my first ask of anyone who comes after me is to please hold all those people in their hearts as they say what they say. I believe sincerely that this House is moving towards a right position, and I'll explain what I think that is in a moment. But to suggest that this House is in some way against a ceasefire, and I would hope an immediate one, however semantics wants to play out in the votes later, can we please try and send a message to the Palestinian people perishing in their tens of thousands on the ground in particular, and to those hostage families, that fundamentally we need this to stop now.
Yes.
And I don't care what we call it. I should have started by drawing the House to my register of interests. I sit as an unpaid advisor on the board of the International Centre for Justice for Palestinians, but last week I went to Israel and Palestine with Yahad. And I'll start with a story. On the first day, we went down to the southern border with Gaza. We went to a place called Nativ Hazarah, a place I'd visited before, where we met with an incredible woman called Ronnie, who had lost family members. 16, in fact, from that kibbutzim had perished. And as you go there, you can look across at Gaza, you can look across at northern Gaza, and I saw the plumes of smoke. I heard the drones, the pop, pop, pop of the gunfire, and I broke down. And as I walked back through the village, Ronnie, a peace activist, Israeli, took me to one side, gave me a hug, said, "I'm so sorry," which I said back, and we both cried and held each other. It's important to remember that while those voices of peace in Israel have been silent for some time, that many of those people who were killed on that day were allies of the Palestinian people, who had been calling for decades against the occupation, who had been calling out Netanyahu's government, who had condemned Ben Gvir and Smotrich. And it's for that reason that I'm welcoming of the sanctions on those extremist settlers, because there is a direct link between the right-wing elements of Netanyahu's government and those extremist settlers. And you'll notice in the Lib Dem motion, we shouldn't finish there. We need to continue those sanctions on those people and their connected entities. But as I looked across, thinking of my family still there in that church in northern Gaza, with no food, with no water, with no way of getting down to the south, even if they could cross at Rafah with the 1.5 million people who are there, without an immediate ceasefire, they and other families who are trapped can't achieve anything. And that's even before we think of if they left, if they'd be allowed to come back, or if they left, would there be a political solution? That horizon, that political horizon, is everything. Without it, without a two-state solution on 67 borders, we are condemning both Israelis and Palestinians to reliving this nightmare over and over and over again. And I would ask, if there's one message that we are sending Netanyahu and Hamas today, is that we will not accept that.
Tobias Elwood.
Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome this debate on supporting a ceasefire in Gaza and the steps required to get us there. But let me be clear, as the nation, and indeed beyond, watches on, it's been a very sad day for Parliament indeed. Rather than offer clarity on Parliament's position, speaking with one voice as we seek to end the fighting, there are not one, but three separate motions as this debate turns into political football. Shame on us for failing to find common ground. What a wasted opportunity to exhibit UK leadership and resolve in seeking to get closer to the very objective that we came here to debate. It is a reflection, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on how fragmented and polarized our world has become, that no single power or alliance of states, or indeed international organization like the United Nations, is in control of events that are now unfolding in the Middle East. With all its troubled history, a region on the junctions not just of three continents, but of three great Abrahamic religions. From the start, I supported Israel's right to defend itself after those terrible 7th of October attacks. But I was the only voice here in Parliament when we reconvened to warn Prime Minister Netanyahu, before he sent in the tanks, not to invade until there was clear governance and security plan for which any military operation can work towards. And that still eludes us today. Now, away from Netanyahu's leadership, Israel is an important UK ally, a rare democratic state in a troubled part of the world. It deserves our support, but also our frankness. The scale of the collateral damage is shocking. Indeed, that phrase seems inappropriate given the loss of life. But there's nothing simple about urban warfare. Future military strategists at Sandhurst and West Point are likely to use the Israeli military invasion as an example of how not to do it, of how tactics without strategy fails. Yet on the other side, we look at examples in the Middle East to condemn Hamas, but they are not there. Bahrain was the only country to say they condemn what Hamas did. Are we expecting the Palestinian Authority to then step in? Because they're having their own problems in their own neck of the woods. And as I've said before the Israeli tanks rolled in, I was the only one to suggest a temporary technical council be formed by those who signed the Abrahamic Accords to take responsibility once those guns fell silent. But there's no mention of any of this in any of the motions that have been put forward today. So are we suggesting that we empower Hamas to stay as they remain committed to destroying Israel? It's in their covenant to do exactly that. So shouting ceasefire, ceasefire, alone, unconditionally, I'm afraid will not change anything. And I say this as somebody who's been involved in a few as a soldier. Perhaps it's symbolic. Surely with our statecraft and our influence and our convening power, we should be doing so much more. A ceasefire is a contract agreed between two sides. It involves a third party to step forward to make sure that they can control what goes on. It begins with a cessation of hostilities that allows space for other activities to take place and allow plans to advance. Neither Israel or Hamas are in that place yet. The alternative is a larger third force mobilized to enforce a ceasefire. I suspect nobody here today is advocating that. It calls for, in a ceasefire, timeframes, no-fly zones, buffer zones, emergency procedures to quash any breaches, agreed incentives about hostage release, for example, humanitarian support, and of course, international monitoring teams, which a UK could play a part. But I don't see any of this being discussed today, apart from the clarion call, let's have a ceasefire. This is the detail, I'm afraid, that you need to discuss before you demand one from afar, which perhaps makes ourselves feel better. I simply make the case. From here, it is easy to shout those words, let's have a ceasefire. It's harder to implement it in practice, but Britain has a role to play, an important, persuasive, and active role to play on the international stage. What we've done today is illustrate how much more we need to learn, how we need to elevate our calibration of debate in order to deal with these international matters. I'll be supporting the government today, but I recommend that all three parties get together so we can come back to the House and agree a unified statement on taking this forward and how a ceasefire might proceed.
Order. A number of members have indicated, order, please. A number of members have indicated a desire to withdraw, but I still think we're going to be playing beat the clock, so I'm going to drop the time limit now to 4 minutes. Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, much has been said of the deaths and suffering of civilians in Gaza, and I add my condemnation of those responsible on both sides in this conflict. In the brief time allowed today, I wish to highlight briefly the role of risk taken by three specific groups of people which receive little media coverage. These are the humanitarian aid workers, health workers, and journalists. We all owe them a great debt of gratitude for the work that they carry out in the most dangerous circumstances in areas of extreme conflict and suffering, with the ever-present risk of death, serious injury, and disease. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since the 7th of October, at least 136 staff members of the United Nations Humanitarian Aid Organization have been killed in Gaza. The International Agency's Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, said recently that throughout the United Nations history, they had never witnessed the deaths of their staff in such large numbers. Mr. Speaker, turning to health workers, at least 300 health workers have been killed during this conflict. The killing of aid workers and health workers is both unacceptable and illegal. The World Medical Association has made this clear repeatedly, and in 2002 said The right to health is a fundamental element of human rights, which does not change in situations of conflict and violence. Access to medical assistance for the sick and wounded, whether they have been engaged in active combat or not, is guaranteed through various international agreements, including those of the Geneva Convention and the United Nations. Israel and those nations supporting her, including the United States and the United Kingdom, have signed up to these agreements, and the neglect to enforce them is criminal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, journalists too have paid a heavy price to bring us reports of events on the ground. At least 126 journalists have been killed in Gaza since October the 7th, with many others being arrested. The presence of journalists in Gaza is essential in order that the world be kept informed of the horrific events which are taking place, and in due course to hold those responsible to account. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the United States and the United Kingdom has much more work to do in this respect of challenging all participants in this conflict and to respect the human rights of civilians, including humanitarian aid workers, health workers and journalists. Without these humanitarian aid and health workers, many more lives would be lost, and without the work of the journalists, the world would be far less well informed of the horrors that are taking place in Gaza. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the last week, 27 humanitarian and human rights agencies, including Christian Aid UK, Oxfam, Muslim Aid, wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, a suspension of all arms exports, and for the UK to ensure Israel fully implements international courts of justice orders. In conclusion, any continuation of the military operation in Gaza merely results in innocent men, women and children paying the price for a crime they did not commit. The only way to prevent further loss of civilian lives is through release of hostages, and the entry of life-saving humanitarian is to secure an immediate and permanent ceasefire, including calling off the Rafah offensive. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, today. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I fully support international demands for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and will be voting in favour of the SNP motion today.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know that every single one of us in this House, in this chamber, wants the fighting to stop and the conflict to come to an end. Loss of civilian life is always a tragedy, no matter what the justification for the military intervention which leads to it. So yes, our government must use all diplomatic means possible to try to secure another humanitarian pause in the fighting, to get hostages out and more aid supplies in. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, demanding an immediate ceasefire, I'm afraid, amounts to asking Israel to unilaterally lay down its arms, while its hostages remain in peril and while Hamas retains power in Gaza. Hamas official Ghazi Hamad has said that they would repeat the 7th of October attack, quote, again and again. He said, October 7th, October 10th, October 1 million, everything we do is justified. That is shocking, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and unless Hamas is defeated militarily and removed from power in Gaza, there is nothing to stop it rebuilding its capacity to commit heinous acts of terrorism. Now, I appreciate that people who call for an immediate unconditional ceasefire are sincere and well-intentioned, but I do feel that such call means abandoning support for Israel during their time of greatest need, when they are exercising their right of self-defense. And we must not forget the 7th of October attacks, in which 1,000 people lost their lives, involved sickening levels of violence and abuse, murder and mutilation, the killing of babies, children and the elderly, decapitation and rape and sexual abuse of the most horrific kind possible. When I visited Israel in January on a trip recorded in my register of interest, I had the chance to speak directly to people who are suffering the torture of knowing that their loved ones remain in the hands of this violent Islamist death cult. We must not forget the hostages still held in Gaza, who may well be being raped or tortured right now. No pause or ceasefire can be workable, sustainable, or permanent unless it comes after the release of all hostages, after defeat and removal of Hamas from power, and after an end to the terror group's capacity to repeat their 7th of October atrocity. And that is why I will be voting for the government's motion this evening.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Yeah. A bit sooner than I expected, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but thank you. Interestingly enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rose in the House on Monday and quoted a former member of the House, indeed a former member for Dundee and a former Prime Minister. And the same proposition I would lay before the Prime Minister if they were here, and indeed the leader of the British Labour Party, regarding what I think is their delayed response to this cataclysmic genocide being rained upon the Palestinian people. Their British policy to Palestine has indeed, in that quote, been weighed in a balance and found wanting. How else can our constituents, indeed the people of Scotland, view the British Parliament when its political class has, since November, the last time we dragged it to debate this subject, actually view them as they have deflected the reality on the ground in Gaza? Now, since November, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to know at the end of this debate, when the Minister sums up, what assurances did the Prime Minister, and indeed any other ministers or shadow ministers from the loyal opposition, receive from the government of Benjamin Netanyahu regarding the systematic targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure? Has there, I have to say, seem pious interventions in any way restrained the government of Israel from the policy of genocide, all the while enabling the death cult? And I have to agree with the Right Honourable Lady across who just spoke, the death cult of Hamas, indeed making it a partner in death, hate and crime. How does this British political class find itself in this devilish and ominous situation? Now, 153 nations have concluded that the immediate ceasefire is necessary to bring an end to the utter devastation in Gaza and seek a way forward to deal with that death cult of Hamas, which is supported by, as we know, the theocrats of Iran. And I must remind the House, it was a regime to which the British government has pledged to pay £400 million to in regards to an outstanding debt. So it is complicated. But the Chamber needs to discuss this as I see the government pirouetting on the head of a pin. For how is it that the French Republic has called for an immediate ceasefire? How is it that NATO allies like the Kingdom of Spain and also the Kingdom of the Netherlands have not only called for a ceasefire, but have even stopped sending arms to Israel? How have they come to conclude that which this Parliament and its political class cannot? 153 nations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the British political class led by the British Prime Minister and the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition. One asks, opposition to what? Now, I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the state of Israel has been acting, the way it has been acting must be challenged. We cannot sidestep the issues faced by the Palestinian nation. I think I've spoken to one of the speakers from the Liberal Democrats. Its survival, and indeed the state of Israel's survival, depends on it. This is a generational injustice that the Palestinian people have endured. And what is the answer? I know the answer. It's an immediate ceasefire. The Prime Minister of Israel's strategy is to actually isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. And let's remind ourselves, he's a Prime Minister who's already tarnished not only with a wicked policy in Gaza, but mired in allegations of corruption. And his cabinet's a minister who's a convicted terrorist and another minister who is a confessed fascist. We must be mindful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in seeking peace, we require justice, and that peace, as others have said, must be founded in truth, built according to justice, vivified and integrated by charity, and put into practice in freedom. I'm sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, freedom desired by Palestinians and Israelis alike.
So, Michael Ellis.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I say to any Jewish people listening to this debate anywhere in the world at the outset that you do have friends and allies here in this chamber. And the SNP motion today calling for a unilateral ceasefire by Israel woefully fails to recognise the reality. And I'm sorry to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they're not interested, the SNP, in a solution that would both safeguard the civilians of Gaza and enable an Israeli victory over Hamas. Because if they were so motivated, they would be putting pressure, for example, on Egypt to open the Rafah crossing as a refuge instead of massively strengthening it. But of course, the focus is all on Israel defending itself. And Israel has been through multiple rounds of conflict initiated by the genocidal Hamas terror group in Gaza. And this motion, should it achieve its objectives, would cement the prospects of many more such incursions or attacks in the future. And that is, of course, exactly what Hamas wants, to secure endless opportunities to destroy Israel, granted by the confused logic of that motion. And if the terror group is left standing, they will regroup. They say as much. This isn't conjecture. They make this clear in interviews, and they will continue their onslaught. And it must not be permitted to continue as a terror statelet. And I regret to inform the House that the political grandstanding that we have seen in some quarters, not in all quarters, it will not make an iota of difference. Hamas has no intention of laying down its arms. And Israel, as a fellow democracy, has a responsibility. I won't give away just yet. It has a responsibility. And I was, I have to say, shocked last night to hear the leader of the SNP accuse Israel of committing war crimes and hear the bandying about of such phrases. This incendiary charge is not borne out by the legality of the situation, and it is not in accordance with the facts. It's worth noting that the ICJ, in its interim ruling, said Israel has a legitimate right to continue its campaign against Hamas. And let us not forget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that all Hamas needs to do is to release the hostages, including very small children, and hostilities would cease immediately. And let's not forget the third wave, which were the thousands of Gazan civilians who crossed into Israel at the October 7th attacks, and why civilians have been able to sell some hostages. So Israel has taken these steps, despite being under no international legal obligation, for example, to provide electricity and water to the people of Gaza. It has done so, despite the grave security threats posed by Hamas. And of course, Hamas cynically destroyed those very same power lines and water pipes on the 7th of October, which Israel swiftly repaired. So the honourable member for Aberdeen South, I also noticed, said that condemning Hamas's attack is omitted in the SNP's motion because it goes without saying. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the moment in this country and in many other countries around the world, it doesn't go without saying. Considering there are several thousand anti-Semitic incidents that have been recorded in the United Kingdom, including in Scotland, since the 7th of October, and that people were celebrating in jubilation the deaths of 1,000 people outside the Israeli embassy in London before the IDF moved in on the 7th and 8th of October. So it doesn't go without saying a responsible government in any jurisdiction is one that uses every opportunity to stand with the victims of heinous terrorist attacks.
Madam Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Member for Northampton North began his contribution by telling Jewish people watching that they have friends in this chamber. I wish to reiterate that in the strongest possible of terms. Jewish people are not the Israeli government and Muslims are not Hamas. In a matter of weeks, Muslims across the world will fast from sunrise to sunset during the holy month of Ramadan. It's time to take life at a slower pace. That, however, is far from the reality for people in Gaza. They live with hospitals bombed, homes bombed, ambulances bombed, churches bombed, mosques bombed, UN schools bombed, refugee camps bombed, factories bombed, and the bombing continues. Gaza is under siege from the air, and the F-35 stealth bomber, often referred to as the most lethal fighter jet in the world, is being used. Parts for this fighter jet, the laser targeting system and the weapons release system, are made in British factories, which means that we simply do not know if those weapons are being used by Israeli authorities in the massacre of families and children in Gaza. Politics is all about choices. The UK government has the choice to stop or suspend arms export licences to Israel, and there's precedent for this. In 2014, the current Foreign Secretary, who was the then Prime Minister, suspended 12 arms export licences in light of evidence of human rights abuse. It is morally corrupt, outrageous, and sickens me to my core that the UK continues to sell arms to Israel. To the people of Gaza, the mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, to you all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this institution of Westminster has seen your tears, yet ignored your pain and suffering. I'm sorry that your hopes of returning to the beach to play in the clear blue sea have been snatched away from you. I'm sorry that children are experiencing heart attacks and will live a life full of trauma. I'm sorry that your dreams and aspirations have changed from becoming scientists and footballers to dreams and aspirations of staying alive and accessing clean drinking water. I'm sorry. In their hundreds of thousands, the public have marched on the streets, a unified mass movement standing up against the status quo. People from different and no faith, men and women, adults and children, rich and poor, saying enough is enough, demanding a ceasefire. Here in Westminster, we may have the whip system and direction from party leadership, but every politician is accountable for their own actions. It does not matter that this debate was tabled by the SNP, who have third-party status. It doesn't matter if this vote isn't binding. These are semantics. We cannot continue to accept the systemic and deliberate oppression of the Palestinian people. There must be an immediate ceasefire. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful. In terms of the semantics, would you agree that we must remind ourselves of the quote from Benjamin Netanyahu in 2019, when he stated, when it comes to Hamas, for example, he knows that as long as Hamas remains in Gaza, he can always argue there is no partner for peace during our lifetime. He's part of the cause of this situation.
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and I thank him for his intervention. Britain, of course, has a moral responsibility towards the wider Middle East region for the scars of the British Empire, the Iraq War, and the incompetence of successive governments which have promised peace yet failed to deliver. When we look back to this period of history, we'll surely be asked, and we'll ask ourselves, what did you do when Gaza was being relentlessly bombed? Yet here we are in the House of Commons with members of Parliament playing time-wasting games and abandoning international law. Why?
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The backdrop to today's debate is two things, I believe. One is the appalling outpouring of anti-Semitism in this country, which we debated in this chamber on Monday afternoon. I think the other part of the backdrop for today's difficult debate is what I believe is a concerted campaign to pressure and even bully MPs to fall into line behind a very specific wording about ceasefire, which implies an unconditional ceasefire, and it has an objective of keeping Hamas in place in Gaza. Now, every right-thinking person in this chamber this afternoon wants to see an end to the fighting, an end to the bloodshed. It's an appalling loss of life. We can be united on that. And I was in southern Israel last week. I went to one of the sites of the worst parts of the massacre that took place on October the 7th. I met with Palestinians as well when I was in Jerusalem last week. And everybody in that region is feeling the pain of this. Families are bleeding physically and they're bleeding emotionally and mentally. At this time last week, I was sat with a group of mothers of children, people still in their late teens, who are being held by Hamas in Gaza. And these mothers and fathers worried sick about what their daughters are currently going through. Now, no amount of wishful thinking and us passing a simple motion this afternoon that calls for an immediate permanent ceasefire is going to make that happen. The very difficult practical negotiations and discussions going on involving Egypt, Israel, America, Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Do we honestly think that this messy, divided debate that we're having this afternoon is going to make any difference to the kind of discussions that they are having right now about how we dial down the violence, open up space for aid to go in and get some kind of negotiation going that will see the release of hostages? I happen to believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that if there's one single thing that would change the course of the war right now and lead to an end to the violence that we're seeing, and that would be the immediate release of the hostages. And actually, if there was one thing that we could unite around this afternoon, it would be a simple one-line motion that calls on Hamas to release those hostages immediately. That point should be made time and time again. Now, my problem with the SNP motion that's on the order paper, there's several issues I have with it. First of all, no mention of the use of sexual violence and rape as a weapon of war against Israeli women. And why is that important? It's because there is a campaign at the moment, not just on social media. I see it in the emails coming in from constituents. I had a constituent confront me with this last Friday that seeks to deny that these atrocities happened. They're saying that somehow Israel has concocted this. These crimes didn't take place. Well, they did take place. They were recorded on mobile phones and body cams, and they were picked up in other security cameras. And there's a 47-minute film that people can watch if they make themselves available to do that. Hamas fighters having the time of their life, committing most barbaric acts. And I would encourage all members to grip themselves and watch that film. My other problem with the SNP motion this afternoon is that there is no mention of Hamas's guilt. The fact that they started this round of conflict. The SNP spokesman started his speech by saying he condemns Hamas's atrocities. Well, why didn't the SNP motion say that? Why doesn't the SNP motion spell that out? And I'll say this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my problem fundamentally with the SNP motion is that at the heart of it, it lets Hamas off the hook for what happened on October the 7th, and I'm not going to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Before I call Carol Monaghan, after her, the next speaker, which will be Sir Edward Lee, will be down to 3 minutes. Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The recent ICJ ruling means that the UK, as a signatory to the Genocide Convention, is legally obliged to take measures in the face of Israel's failure to prevent acts which may be found to amount to a genocide. I've been contacted by many constituents on this issue, asking for me to support a ceasefire. But I want to read you the email of one constituent. She contacted me and I spoke to her yesterday by phone. But I'll read you her email. I'm writing to you again as a Jewish constituent, urging you to join your fellow MPs in calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. I, like many in my community, have been utterly shaken by these months of violence. As I write, over 28,000 Palestinians have been killed, 12,000 of them children, and over 1.9 million displaced. Jews in the UK have been in a collective state of shock and distress since the atrocities committed by Hamas on October the 7th. Many in my community lost family and friends in the attack. Yet this only strengthens my resolve to end the utterly heartbreaking violence Israel is unleashing against the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. This is not a war. I pray for the safety of both Palestinians in Gaza and the hostages in captivity. But only a ceasefire can provide the relief they desperately need. Lives, livelihoods and families are being destroyed. The very fabric of Palestinian society in Gaza is being upended. Such a policy of revenge and collective punishment achieves safety for nobody. The UK government is responsible for ensuring international law is adhered to. Yet every moment it fails to advance a ceasefire, it is complicit in the perpetration of war crimes and the killing of civilians. The ongoing escalation of violence in Rafah risks further mass atrocities. This cannot go on. As a Jewish constituent, I thank you. I thank the First Minister and the SNP for your actions so far in working towards a ceasefire, the return of the surviving hostages and a lasting peace. I urge you, my MP, and my government to demand an immediate ceasefire, the safe return of hostages, and the urgent provision of substantial life-saving aid to Palestinians in Gaza. This is quite simply the only way we can end this violence and start to fight for a future that guarantees freedom, equality, and dignity for all Palestinians and Israelis.
3-minute limit. Sir Edward Lee.
I've just been talking to a lady colleague who received a green card to go and speak to people in Westminster Hall. The moment she explained the government's position and her support of it and this moderate amendment put forward by the government, she was surrounded by a screaming mob, videoing her and intimidating her. All this hatred has got to stop. We've got to pull together in this country. Nobody in this country, nobody in this House was responsible for the horrific attacks by Hamas. We all utterly condemn Hamas and its genocidal activities. We must support moderates, both in Israel. There are many moderate people in Israel who do want a two-state solution, who are horrified by the activities of settlers trying to intimidate Palestinians. We must give hope to Palestinian people. Nothing can justify the genocide on October the 7th, but still there is this degree of hopelessness amongst the Palestinian people at the rate of settlements in the West Bank and what is happening in Gaza. We must give them hope. So that is one side of the story, and surely we can unite behind that, and I support the efforts of the British government in trying to do so. But surely we can also take a moderate and sensible position on this issue of the ceasefire. There is no point in having a unilateral ceasefire now if you are faced with a death cult who will use that ceasefire to go on bombing and killing innocent Israelis. It will achieve nothing. We have to have a balanced, sustainable ceasefire in which the hostages are released, the Hamas leadership is removed permanently from Gaza. Now I'm speaking on behalf of the people who live in Gaza. There's no future for the Palestinian people living in Gaza with Hamas in control. There will be constant warfare, constant hatred, constant disaster, constant bombing. We've got to get rid of Hamas. We've got to get the Palestinian Authority, for all its faults, back in control. And we have to push the peace process forward. The government amendment is moderate, sensible. It's trying to achieve peace, and we should support it. Well done.
Chris Lowe.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, late last night I returned from Cairo as one of the members of the International Development Select Committee to listen to the experience of heads of NGOs and UN agencies who've been working in Gaza. They described a man-made humanitarian catastrophe, and I'm ashamed of the moral cowardice from those in the world in the response in failing to firstly prevent and secondly stop this atrocity unfolding before their eyes. I heard firsthand Gaza is characterised by death and destruction. Bombs and bullets have claimed the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people. Whole families have been wiped out, whole cities have been left uninhabitable. Those who have survived have been horrifically injured and left displaced and nowhere to go. Nothing is off limits with the Israeli forces who have been targeting places of worship, schools and hospitals that are destroyed. Disease, malnutrition and starvation become inevitable. In these conditions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for so many, hope has been extinguished. Time and again, some of the most experienced humanitarian workers, people have borne witness to the worst disasters in the world and conflicts, told me they've never experienced anything like the horrors of Gaza. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are only 150 aid trucks per day getting into Gaza. The UK is saying it's supplying aid, but it's sitting in trucks at the border. And even so, destroyed infrastructure, the lack of security due to the constant threat of Israeli bombardment, and the huge numbers of people contained in such a small area means there's an inability to distribute aid once it gets there. The message from aid workers is clear. An immediate ceasefire must be implemented to stop the slaughter and to deliver life-saving aid to the trapped people of Gaza. How anyone in this chamber could vote against this basic notion of humanity is beyond me and my constituents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, where else in the world has there been a war where the majority of people killed are women and children, where they've been hemmed in with no escape and killed, like one witness said to me, like fish in a barrel? Andrew Gilmore, former UN Secretary General for Human Rights, told Newsnight just last night that the killing of women and children, and I quote, was probably the highest kill rate of any military killing anybody since the Rwandan genocide of 1994. In Cairo, a store of ambulances and field hospitals being targeted, of people with white flags being shot on the spot, of children as young as 5 being pronounced dead with a single sniper shot to the head. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not a proportionate response. This is collective punishment, pure and simple, and it's a breach of international humanitarian law. Who here honestly believes that this immense suffering is part of a just war? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've listened to Prime Ministers and Leader of the Opposition in this chamber rightly call for justice for Russian war crimes in Ukraine, despite there being no judicial judgment. Conversely, I voted in recognition of the genocide against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, despite the UK government refusing to recognise this, as they say it can only be determined by a court. Yet when the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to take all measures within its power to prevent genocide, as there is a plausible risk, the UK government has stated that Israel's actions cannot be described as a genocide, and it's not publicly called on Israel to comply with its ruling. Mr. Deputy Speaker,
we have to leave it there. Raymond Shishti.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the opportunity for parliamentarians to have their say with regards to how we find an end to this horrific conflict that has cost so many thousands of innocent lives, both Israeli and Palestinians. And I recall coming to this House in October when the Prime Minister was making a statement for the first time. And I said what we saw on the 7th of October was horrific terrorist acts committed by Hamas. That was a horrific terrorist act. They took the lives of innocent people, and that is unacceptable. But since then, when we have this debate today, and in the backdrop of this debate, we are seeing the loss, the terrible loss of innocent lives. And we look at the House of Commons library document with regards to the numbers of innocent people who've lost their lives. So 29,000 Palestinians have lost their lives. 69,000 Palestinians plus have been injured. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed. 5,431 Israelis have been injured. And 88 journalists have been killed. And I wrote to the Prime Minister on the 1st of November, calling for humanitarian pauses, which would get aid in and hostages out. Absolutely, all hostages have to be released. That was on the 1st of November, calling for that. We're now looking at February. And since then, we've not been able to achieve the objective of peace and release of those hostages. And in that regard, the first point would be confidence building measures for 4 days, for 8 hours, 8 days, then release of hostages. Hasn't happened. So the question that I have today for me, with that position having been taken, what is my position today? I will be voting for motions which call for immediate humanitarian ceasefire, or which call for immediate ceasefire, because the time has come. If not now, then when? And the United Kingdom is a member of the Security Council. And the Prime Minister said at Mansion House, the United Kingdom will lead and not be led. And if that is the case, we need the United Kingdom to stand up. Yes, I give way.
I thank my honourable member for giving way. Prime Minister Netanyahu has confirmed restrictions will be imposed against Palestinian Muslims wishing to visit Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islam, during Ramadan. As per international law, Israel has no sovereignty over East Jerusalem or over Al-Aqsa. So does my honourable member agree that this is a deliberate provocation of Palestinians, and will he join me in condemning this dangerous and discriminatory move?
I think what I say to my honourable friend, he asked that question to the former United Kingdom Special Envoy for International Religious Freedom. All places of worship must be protected. And previously, when we saw about 3.5 years ago, Al-Aqsa Mosque stormed on the night of Laylatul Qadr, was absolutely unacceptable. And we are now coming into the period, not just of Ramadan, we're coming into the period of Easter, we're coming into the period of Passover. That's why the point I made to him earlier, with regards to if not now, then when? Of course, I accept we need hard-edged diplomacy to deliver on a two-state solution, immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, with regards to immediate humanitarian assistance going into Gaza. The UK can, and I wrote to the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, have an international donors conference for Palestine. We did it for Friends of Syria. Therefore, we're looking at creative ways to move forward, to save all innocent lives. And yes, the UK needs to put its position, firmly out there with regards to what we see as a two-state solution and a Palestinian state. And that has to be in line with the 1967 borders and our position at the UN 242. Do you know what? We drafted that resolution, and therefore we need to make sure we deliver on that. So yes, today is the time to ensure we deliver a ceasefire and lasting peace in the region.
John Nicholson.
How to find words in my allotted 3 minutes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the tragedy which has engulfed the Palestinian people. Israeli bombs have killed 30,000, more than 10,000 children have died. The death toll per head of population is greater than any conflict since the Second World War. Gaza lies in ruins. People are starving. Women are enduring caesareans without anaesthetics. And yet this House has been paralysed. I vividly remember as a journalist in Palestinian refugee camps, Palestinians would come up to show me the keys to lost homes. Their families were forced to flee in what is now Israel, where advancing guerrilla troops spread terror. And they would also, along with their old-fashioned keys, show me British Palestine mandate house deeds issued by us, guaranteed by the United Kingdom and stamped with the mark of the Crown. We owe them. At the very least, we owe them our voices raised in outrage at the collective punishment they are now enduring in defiance of international law. Innocent people, children, babies, not remotely responsible for the atrocities carried out by evil Hamas, slaughtering indiscriminately the innocent for the crimes of the guilty. That's the very definition of collective punishment. So what's the point, some say? We know we can't force Netanyahu to stop bombing, but the point is that we can apply pressure. Silence is tacit acceptance of Israel's actions. We can show Palestinians who still imagine that this House is a moral compass that we do care passionately about their plight. We lament their suffering, and we despair at the lost innocence of their children as another generation learns to associate Israel with cruelty, extremism, and hate. Now, the vote at Westminster tonight, the second we on these benches have called, is not and never was, as some commentators parochially claimed, about embarrassing political opponents. Not everything is about Britain. Now, I won't speak for my colleagues cross-party, though I know many out with the SNP support our motion. Some have lost their front bench jobs because they can't in good conscience remain silent. I hope the majority of Westminster MPs now feel the same. Embarrassed silence will not save lives. If we don't call for an immediate ceasefire now, when will we call for an immediate ceasefire? How many more innocents have to die? No. It's past time for our voices to be heard loudly and unambiguously. Enough bombing, enough slaughter.
Kit Malthouse.
Speaker, I too was on the cross-party emotional visit with Yakad to Israel and Palestine last week, where we stood at the site of mass murder in Kibbutz Be'eri and in Nativ Hazara and heard with horror the accounts of the victims and bereaved relatives of what happened there, but also stood on a bluff above Gaza City and saw the artillery landing and heard the gunfire and the drones overhead and contemplated the futility of 30,000 dead. And with horror thought of the assault upon Rafah and its 600,000 children. Various things became clearer during the visit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first is that there can be no military victory over Hamas. That is widely accepted across the world and is being whispered even in Israel, not least because every bomb and every bullet that lands is a recruiting sergeant for that appalling organization. The second thing that became clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that the security of these two peoples are intrinsically intertwined. Anybody who is interested in the security of Israel in the future has to recognize that this conflict is making things worse, not better, and that the security of the Palestinians is required for the security of Israel into the future. We also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, met some remarkable people. Rachel Goldberg, whose son Hirsch is still being held by Hamas. Mao Zenon and Yonatan Zaygin, whose parents were both killed by Hamas. A group of young Palestinians who yearn for freedom, all of them dedicating their lives to peace. They were the threads of hope that we met on our visit. And they offered the prospect that these two remarkable peoples could find a way to live side by side. And then I returned to the United Kingdom, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to find us trapped in a crazy battle of semantics. I do not, I have to say, confess, understand the difference between a ceasefire, a pause, a cessation, a truce, qualified by sustainable, credible, whatever it is, humanitarian, one that lasts. The British people think our moral compass is spinning in this house, that we have no clue what we're doing anymore, and yet they see the bodies of shredded children coming across the media pretty much every day. They want three simple things. They want the killing to stop of Palestinians and Israelis. They want the hostages to be returned, and they want aid to flow into Gaza. And our job in this House, as backbenchers, is to vote for the outcome we want to see, not some clever process by which we might get there or second guess what the parties are going to do, but to say now what we want to happen. And I agree with the British people that the violence must stop. If those people who hold out the prospect of hope in Israel to stand a chance, it has to be in an atmosphere of peace. It was Menachem Begin who said that war is avoidable, but peace is inevitable. It is time for the bloodshed to stop and for the talking to begin. And in this House and in this country, we must do what we can to make that so.
Thank you very much. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We sometimes rattle off statistics in this place and they have no real meaning. But what we do know is that in this dreadful conflict, there are 1,200 innocent Israelis that were brutally and evilly murdered, beheaded, raped, kidnapped on the 7th of October. And the consequence of that has been the unfolding of utterly horrific images across the Gaza Strip, with almost 30,000 people, men, women, children, innocent citizens, also tragically killed in this brutal conflict. I will be voting for an immediate ceasefire tonight because the fighting needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. But I will be doing so on the basis of the motion amendment that was set out so eloquently by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, because words matter. And it matters that we call for a ceasefire, not a unilateral ceasefire, but a ceasefire of both sides. Otherwise, it's not a ceasefire. And they can laugh. But if Hamas do not lay down their arms too, it is not a ceasefire. Those are simple facts. I want to make sure that the offensive on Rafah does not happen, that we get aid into the Gaza Strip in the quantities that we want to see. Aid wasn't mentioned in the SNP motion, that the ICJ provisional rulings are implemented and upheld because international law matters, that we get a two-state solution and a peace process, that we tackle the wrongdoings in the West Bank. The illegal settlements have to end. But we also need to make sure that there is justice for the Palestinians and we get that Palestinian state. None of that was in the SNP motion. Now, I will give way.
There's no water or oxygen in the SNP motion. Does he presume, therefore, they don't want water or oxygen? Don't be so silly, man. You know exactly what this is about. This is about stopping the killing now.
Yeah, we know exactly what it's about, and he's playing party political football. He's playing party political football with the most atrocious situation that's going on in the Middle East. As the honourable member for Foyle rightly said earlier, there is a lot more that brings people together in this place. We want to see a ceasefire. We want to see an end to the killing.
Point of order. I'm paying party points. I'm not a political party. He should know that.
That's not a point of order for the chair. That's part of the argument.
Still play political football, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need that Palestinian state. We need to get justice and an end to this conflict that has lasted for 7 decades. The brutal reality and the real tragedy is, as has been said on all sides of the House, there is a lot of consensus, but it has been the extremes of this debate that the voices have been the loudest. And that is true in Israel and Palestine as well. It is a simple fact that the moderate voices on both sides have been drowned out now for 2 decades. Those that believe in a two-state solution have been left at the edges. And both the Netanyahu government and his allies and Hamas have both thrived on each other's extremism and have needed each other's extremism. Enough is enough. Let peace prevail and let's have a ceasefire now.
Steve Double.
Sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't think there's anyone in this House, or in fact anywhere else, that doesn't want to see a ceasefire in Gaza. I'm sure we've all been deeply moved and concerned by the horrific sights we've seen of the suffering of the people in Gaza. And no one wants to see an escalation. And I would add my voice to those saying to Israel, think very, very carefully before escalating your action into Rafah. But a real ceasefire has to be an agreement between both sides. And unless Hamas agree to lay down their weapons and agree to keep a ceasefire, then a ceasefire becomes effectively Israel surrendering. And we all know that Hamas are very unlikely to do that. There was a ceasefire on the 6th of October, and Hamas broke it with the most appalling action in killing more than 1,200 Israelis and the most despicable gender violence and sexual assault and rape. And as this point has been made previously, the one thing that is so glaringly missing from the SNP motion is that utter condemnation of the action of Hamas of the 7th of October and the gender-based violence that was going on. I'm not going to give way because we need time. Hamas then broke the ceasefire that was in place in November when we saw that initial tranche of hostages released. I'm not going to give way to anyone. And my understanding is that Egypt proposed a peace deal in December that involved a ceasefire, but Hamas declined and refused to take part of it. So I think we need to be very, very clear in this place. The biggest obstacle to a ceasefire is Hamas. And that is where our attention needs to be. And I would have far more time for the SNP if they put just as much energy into putting the focus on Hamas and are calling for Hamas to lay down their threat to Israel, to renounce violence against Israel, to remove from their charter their objective to see Israel destroyed, than they do putting the spotlight onto Israel. Because that is the real barrier to a ceasefire. It is Hamas. It is not Israel. And I would finish by saying that, I want to see a two-state solution. I want us to start to be able to recognize Palestine as a proper state. But that is never going to happen whilst they continue to have Hamas as their leadership in Palestine. And the only way forward, in my view, is to see an end to Hamas, to see a proper ceasefire in place so that we can start to build a two-state solution for the future, for peace and prosperity for both Israel and Palestine. But that will not happen while Hamas stay in place.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the short time available to me, I'd like to discuss the value of a Palestinian life and why, that for some in this place, that seems to be less than a Ukrainian life or an Israeli life. Yeah. We all watched in horror as the October 7th atrocity unfolded. You will find no one in this place not disgusted, sickened by the act of evil perpetrated that day. Similarly, we all watched on horrified as Putin's forces invaded Ukraine and carried out unspeakable acts. We spoke as one in our complete condemnation of these acts. This is where the indefensible double standards begin. The government and Labour front benches were able to talk about near genocide and war crimes, in Ukraine, yet are unable to do so now in Gaza. In that short time, I want to tell the stories of just 2 families and the tragedy that has befell them, war crimes. The Associated Press reported the sound of gunfire crackled over the phone as the teenage girl hid in the car and spoke. An Israeli tank was near the vehicle as she and her family were trying to heed Israel's call to evacuate their home in Gaza. Israeli troops were firing on the car. 15-year-old Leanne said in terrified calls to relatives and emergency services, "Everyone in the vehicle was killed except her and her 5-year-old female cousin Hind," she said. "They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me." And then there was a burst of gunfire. She screamed and fell silent. The Palestinian Red Crescent sent an ambulance, but lost contact with the crew, and 12 days later that ambulance was discovered, blackened and destroyed, the 2 medics dead. Red Crescent accused Israeli forces of targeting the ambulance as it pulled up near the family's vehicle. They said it had coordinated the journey with Israeli forces just as they had in the past. The family car was found with 6 bodies, including Leanne's and Hind's. 15-year-old Nahid Barbak had been waving a white flag in Gaza when he was shot dead, all witnessed by his 9-year-old sister, Rimas, who told ITV News they fired and hit him in the leg and he fell. My father kept telling him to crawl back towards us. Then they hit him in the neck and back. My brother Ramez wanted to go to him. My father grabbed him, but he got free and ran towards Nahid. He tried to pull him, but then he too was hit in his heart and fell on his brother. He looked at us with a smile and passed away. She added that she couldn't sleep because she cries her eyes out every time she thinks of her brothers. Her father said, "They used loudspeakers to tell us to evacuate. When they did, they killed my sons before my very eyes. Nowhere is safe in Gaza, even when the IDF promises it to be so. It's IDF state-sponsored barbarism." All... Yes, okay.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Does he agree that if you're in Gaza at the moment and you're watching your daughter having a C-section on a tarpaulin without anaesthetic, or you're picking up parts of your brother from around the neighbourhood, or indeed you're burying a child, you're worried about the wording of emotion? They want to see a ceasefire to stop all that now. And whatever happens tonight, does he agree that we should be voting as a House for a ceasefire? On our motion or the Labour motion, we should be voting for a ceasefire. That's what is needed.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker, and that's what made some of the nonsense earlier on even more shameful. And it doesn't do this House any justice whatsoever, and some people need to reflect on their actions this day. But all of this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, carried out with the government and Labour front benches collectively covered its eyes, put its fingers in its ears, and pretended not to see and hear what the rest of us cannot unsee. I asked at the start what the value of a Palestinian life was, and quite honest, that's a question that should haunt the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. But I can tell them that 24 Palestinians have been killed for every Israeli killed on October the 7th, and that number is going up every single day that we sit here and do nothing.
Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's been a truism across so many of the speeches today that we have a universal desire for the violence to stop and for the violence to stop immediately. The only question that exercises us in this chamber today is what is the most effective method to achieve that immediate cessation of violence? Now, I'm going to give the SNP the courtesy of addressing their motion. This is an SNP debate today, and it's their motion which is important. But they make no reference at all to the Hamas attack on the 7th of October last year. That's been referred to multiple times today. They make no reference in that motion to the stated intention of Hamas to repeat atrocities again and again, similar to and worse than that which was achieved on the 7th of October. And yet we know that removing Hamas from Gaza, again, something which that motion makes no reference to, is the only way to stop civilians, Israeli and Palestinian, from being killed. Because if you address only half of the issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will condemn any ceasefire to failure and to a renewed cycle of killing time and time again. And the appalling history, I won't give way because I've got so little time, I'm sorry. And it just condemns us to a repetition of this appalling history of violence. So the most important thing for the people in the region right now is an immediate cessation of violence, which is achieved by a humanitarian pause. It stops the fighting, it gets the aid in, and it allows for the hostages to come out. And it's not delayed by the wider ceasefire negotiations, which are inevitable because it's complex. But it does make space for those negotiations to take place. And what are those negotiations going to have to deal with? They're going to have to deal with the release of all hostages. A one-sided ceasefire is no ceasefire at all. A ceasefire that leaves Hamas in possession of the hostages is no ceasefire. It has to deal with the imposition or the recreation of a Palestinian government for both the West Bank and Gaza, freeing the people of Gaza from the terror of Hamas, because they don't just terrorize Israelis, they terrorize Palestinians as well. And crucially, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has to lead to a credible and irreversible pathway to a two-state solution. Now, this all takes time, but the fighting, it needs to stop now. And so the government is absolutely right with their amendment to call for an immediate humanitarian pause to give space for ceasefire negotiations, but to stop the killing now.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On the 13th of November, I had the honour of meeting Ver Efrat and her daughter, Adi Efrat, a mother and daughter kidnapped by Hamas on the 7th of October. They were rescued, thankfully, by brave IDF soldiers. For the last number of weeks, I've stood in Parliament Square holding posters containing the names of people like Zaki Abraham, Rafi Gaval, Imber Halman, and others who are kidnapped. Just not Israelis, but people from around the world who remain kidnapped today by Hamas, tortured today by Hamas and its instigator, Muslim Brotherhood. All of this is a consequence. The awful war that we're witnessing in Gaza is a consequence also. It's a consequence of the unjustifiable attack upon Israelis and Jewish people on the 7th of October. An attack that the Right Honourable Member who's just spoken quite rightly identified is not even mentioned in the motion that we're being asked to vote upon today. We're not being asked to vote for the comments from the member for Argyll and Bute, no matter how sincere or mealy-mouthed they may have been. We're being asked to vote for a motion that does not contain any word about the rape of the woman, the murder of the children, the unjustifiable attack. It's as if, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it didn't happen. It's as if it was invisible. It's as if, like other people in the 20th century, denied things that happened to Israel and the Jewish people. That's essentially what we're seeing tonight, the denial of an attack on Israel. The tragedy, yes, it is utterly vile that it did not appear. Yes, of course I'll give way.
Very grateful to him for giving. I'm sorry, did you say he was giving way to a different honourable member?
No.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for him giving way, and I think that we've all heard much today about what various motions contain and don't contain. Let's focus on the situation and what we all agree on. We all in this House, as he well knows, condemn the despicable behaviour of Hamas. We all call for the release of the hostages. Their poor families must be in absolutely terrible situations. We all want people to stop being killed, women and children particularly. But I say to the honourable gentleman that the remarks he just made, where he was conflating things which should never be conflated, do not show this House in the best way. We're all entitled to our views. But on this particular subject, we need to treat this seriously and with the dignity and respect it deserves. And I'm sorry to tell the honourable gentleman, he did not do that.
Well, I am sorry that the honourable lady's motion, which she is asking me and members to vote on tonight, does not contain a single word about the 7th of October. It is a denial and it is invisible because it's as if it didn't happen. That is what we're being asked to vote on tonight by them. The tragedy of the thousands of Palestinian civilians and casualties in Gaza is the moral responsibility of Hamas, just as the Israeli casualties are the moral responsibility and actual responsibility of Hamas, who have deliberately and cynically initiated a high-intensity conflict in one of the most densely populated areas on earth, specifically to maximise civilian deaths and to turn global opinion against Israel. Today, Israel faces attacks on 8 fronts: on Gaza, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, the West Bank, Yemen and Iran. And the member who spoke on behalf of the SNP today wants us to open up another front. That's the parliamentary front against Israel, and wants us to oppose them from this place. They fear to recognise this House can be pro-peace, pro a ceasefire, but also recognise Israel's right to exist. And it's a shame that the SNP could not do that tonight.
Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I hope you can direct me. I've just been called anti-Semite by the honourable member from the north of Ireland. I think it's an absolute disgrace that is where he is bringing this debate to today, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker has pointed out time and time again that we must use temperate language, particularly in debates which are very heated. And so I would ask members to be very careful. I didn't hear what was said, but I must reinforce, please use temperate language, whether you're on your feet or whether you're sitting down yelling something. I prefer you not to yell anything, but please use temperate language. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last week I wrote to Israel's ambassador to the UK. It occurred to me that for as long as I can remember, we've heard that Israeli military strength is among the greatest in the region. Much more than this, that Israeli intelligence networks, led by Mossad, one of the largest espionage agencies in the world, is second to none in gathering information. In my letter to the ambassador, I asked why, with such a strong military that was presumably led by such a brilliantly informed network of intelligence, it wasn't possible to be surgical and precise about their strikes. I explained that I'd be embarrassed if I were them not to be able to tell the difference between an innocent civilian and an enemy combatant. Can one of the world's greatest intelligence networks really not isolate and take out these terrorists without needing to simply level entire city blocks? If they can't strike with more precision, I said, then they arguably shouldn't be striking at all, because every time they do so, they put innocent people in harm's way. Now, in a completely foreseeable and obvious development, having been told to flee south by Israel, the plan seems to be to attack the southernmost city. I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I were in the Israeli military and intelligence services, I'd be ashamed of some of the things I was being asked to do. If I was in the Israeli military command, I would hope that I'd be brave enough to say, stop. This isn't right. This is no longer self-defense. A friend of mine asked me, why do you think they'll listen to your letter when they've disregarded everyone else? To which I replied, well, they probably won't, any more than either side will listen to calls for a ceasefire. And she said, well, if that's your view, then either way, both sides will ignore whatever. But you believe that stopping the killing is right. And if it was your family in Gaza, why would you not vote for a ceasefire, at least for your own conscience? And that simple point of logic from my friend won the debate and shaped the speech that I make today. And as I mentioned, family, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take a moment just to metaphorically reach out across the chamber, as I'm sure the whole House does, to the honourable member for Oxford, Western Abingdon, not only for facing the horror of having family trapped and indeed killed in the region, but also for having had to deal with ignorant and bigoted comments in the media interviews because of her Palestinian heritage. It may not always feel like it, but I'm sure if we allowed ourselves to be humans and not politicians, the whole House would conclude that we are all with her and our hearts go out, as indeed they do to the families of the hostages held by Hamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the words of Martin Luther King, we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose finite hope. I hope that this House can stop its foolish bickering and reinforce a clear and unequivocal message of hope for the people embroiled in this conflict. I hope that they can recognise the sanctity of all life and bring this madness to an end. And as the Right Honourable Members for Bournemouth and North West Hampshire mentioned earlier, we mustn't dance on the head of a pin about the wording and just get behind a simple message of peace.
Alan Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I returned last night to Tooting from Egypt, where I was with colleagues from the International Development Committee, meeting some of the world's leading humanitarian workers, medics and representatives on the ground of the United Nations agencies in Gaza. None had ever witnessed a humanitarian catastrophe so hopeless and so bleak. They described the bitter stench of death, dead bodies, sewage, and one latrine for every 600 people. Not enough water to drink or food to eat, people eating weeds growing on the roadside or eating food made for animals. Every representative spoke of violations of international humanitarian law, children being shot in both feet, and people so desperate to feed their families that they ran toward food trucks amid gun battles, and mothers waving white flags, attempting to cross the street, shot dead in cold blood. It was truly obvious to me that there has not been adequate protection of civilians, as it is obvious to all of us. 65% of those killed are women and children. This is completely converse to every other battle, every other war, where it is men of fighting age. Psychologists on the ground reporting children under 5 years old talking of wanting to take their own lives because they have watched their siblings hanging from buildings dead. They have watched their parents exsanguinating in front of them and are now left alone to face this world. Health workers have not been protected from the war. There have been over 300 attacks on health facilities in Gaza, medicine blocked at the border, and most hospitals non-functioning or overrun by critically injured children unable to be treated. Yes, we need a peace process. Yes, the hostages must be freed. Yes, the wheels of international humanitarian law must turn. And yes, the Palestinian people must have a recognized state. But first, today, this minute, now, we must have an immediate ceasefire to save tens of thousands of lives. This country has a historic responsibility to the people of the Middle East, and it is in our strong national interest to secure a two-state solution. What this Parliament does today will resonate with leaders, governments, and people across the globe. The mother of all parliaments has something to say, and I will say this. When we were elected to this place, we would want to feel that in the twilight of our lives, when we are looking at ourselves in the mirror, when people no longer know who we are, that we are proud of who is looking back. So today, let us say clearly that an immediate ceasefire must come. Justice must be done and peace must be won.
Miriam Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. War is terrible, and as we've heard today, the tragic consequences of all fighting is dreadful. War should be avoided at all costs, but sometimes it can't be, and sometimes war is necessary when accommodation can't be made, or when there's no possibility of good faith negotiations, or when the cost of allowing your enemy to go unchecked is just too great. And the war in Gaza is just such a war. Devastating, tragic, appalling, yes, but unavoidable because of the October the 7th massacre, where honourable members have reminded us of the appalling and depraved and unspeakable crimes that were committed that day against Israeli civilians. Any government that did not then act to prevent this from happening again would be failing in its duty to protect its citizens. And there simply is no other way to keep Israelis safe than to destroy Hamas. We might wish it were otherwise, but this is the reality of the situation. We are all appalled by the loss of life, both in Israel and in Gaza. We are all causing for a pause to the fighting to allow much more humanitarian aid to get through. But to call for an unconditional ceasefire now shows, I'm afraid, a naive judgment of the situation on the ground. Because there is no moral equivalence between a bunch of murderous terrorists and rapists attacking civilians with glee for the sole purpose of inflicting evil. Now I won't, because so many want to get in. And there's no equivalence between those murderous terrorists and a nation state using conventional forces to root out dangerous enemy, however much we may criticise their tactics. For Hamas, the civilian deaths, including of Palestinians, are the point. They are the point of the conflict. They were the point of the original attack. And we must be clear that Hamas bears responsibility for all the deaths in this conflict. The only outcome that will secure a lasting peace is for Hamas to be destroyed. So I would ask those who are calling for an unconditional ceasefire now, do they not want Hamas to be destroyed? Why aren't they calling for unconditional ceasefires in other conflicts across the world? Why are they not calling on Egypt to assist refugees, as the Polish did upon the invasion of Ukraine. And I'm afraid to say Benjamin Netanyahu is not listening to this debate. It will not change the outcome on the ground. Now, I do understand that MPs are facing extreme pressure. They're facing threats. And I feel particularly for colleagues on the other side of the House. But we can't allow these threats to influence our democracy, to influence our speech in here, to influence parliamentary procedure. Those demanding for a ceasefire tonight will not stop at that. They will call for boycotts of Israel, an arms embargo, prosecutions of Israel in the UN. Yet again, Israel is being singled out as the world's only Jewish state. It's being exceptionalised. We're seeing the rise in anti-Semitism here on the streets in the UK. We cannot afford to give in to that pressure. We must respect Israel's right to defend itself and to prevent the most atrocious crimes that have happened in my lifetime from ever happening again.
Stephen Bonner.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for too long the leaders of the Western world, including in this very chamber and those who populated these benches before us, have turned a blind eye to the decades-long suffering of the Palestinian people, a blind eye to the occupation of their lands, a blind eye to the expansion of illegal settlements, a blind eye to the theft of their homes. We are and have been complicit in the continued futility of their struggle for self-determination and complicit in their pain and their suffering. Arms sales to Israel from this place, which were then used to murder innocent women and children in Palestine, make us so complicit. Ministers will stand at that dispatch box time after time and attempt to justify those arms sales and those deaths. Mr Deputy Speaker, since October 7 and the deplorable actions of that day, which have been, by my party, universally condemned, we have been asked to do more than turn a blind eye to the collective punishment of innocent Palestinians. We have been asked to endorse it. And if it isn't collective punishment, then what is it? Is it merely a conflict? Is it a war? Or is it more than that? Is it genocide? And if it is, are we truly prepared to keep turning a blind eye? Because we on these benches say no longer. 30,000 Palestinians lie dead. 12,000 of that number are innocent children. 60,000 more have been injured, their lives forever altered by the horrors of war. We say no more.
Would the honourable gentleman give way?
I'd be happy to.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that the focus today must be on the bloodshed and slaughter in both Israel and Gaza, and some of the antics and games and name-calling we've seen today in this chamber paints this chamber in a very unedifying light?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. She is absolutely on the money. We cannot afford to sugarcoat the truth of the harsh realities that are being faced on the ground in Israel and in Gaza and in the occupied Palestinian territories. All the potential for further atrocities in Rafah. 2/3 of those who are dead are women and children. Is this just another conflict? Does that seem to be proportionate? No, I won't. And no, it is not proportionate. We are being asked to turn a blind eye to genocide, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it is high time that the world recognised it as such. Genocide. Genocide, that is what is happening in Israel and Palestine. Innocent lives are being wiped out, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated, never to return before our very eyes. The concern and the anguish both our Muslim and our Jewish communities here in the UK are experiencing must be intolerable. Watching the lives and the potential of their countrymen and women being destroyed by the senseless and horrific violence that is being meted out upon them. Their anguish is our anguish. Their struggle is our struggle. And their fight for justice and peace is our fight for justice and peace. The world is watching. We need an immediate ceasefire now. The SNP motion before us gives this House an opportunity to tell the world what kind of people we are, what kind of world we wish to live in, what kind of parliament is this. For all those who believe in the inherent dignity and the worth of every human life, then I urge you, stand with me, stand with us, support our motion by voting for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza today. Thank you.
very much. Mark Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What I said in private scores of times before today, I now say in public. I want, my constituents want, and Gaza needs an immediate ceasefire. Taysen Tinghuo Wakfu Lak Inali Hassa Katish Zembendi. No matter what language you say it in, ceasefire is what we need. My honourable friend from North West Hampshire, in keeping with his point, it's not a sustainable ceasefire, it's not a long-lasting ceasefire, which is basically just sustainable by other means and other wording. It's not a kind of ceasefire and hope of a ceasefire, because with 28,000 people now dead in Gaza, 11,500 children, playing around with words is just playing around with people's lives. And Israel has gone too far. It's disproportionate. It's not gone too far just today. It's gone too far already for months at end. And I'm concerned about Rafah because time and time again, we've heard how innocent people's lives in Gaza wouldn't be the subject. They wouldn't be hurt. But time and time again, we've reached the figure of 30,000. How can we have any trust and belief that the people, the 1.5 million people now in Rafah, will also be left untouched? And I will give way to the honourable member.
I'm very grateful that he's making a very powerful speech. Too often, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we reflect on what happened in Rwanda. We reflect on what happened in Srebrenica. And we reflect on the fact that we didn't take action. And the honourable member is absolutely quite correct. If we don't take action now to demand a ceasefire, when will we do it? The House has an opportunity today. For goodness sake, let us come together. Let us show that we are going to stand up to stop this conflict and deliver peace, get to the two-state solution.
And I agree 100% with the honourable member opposite, because there have been members on my own side of the House who talked about that this is merely symbolic or it's virtue signalling. But at the end of the day, we're MPs not to fix potholes. We're MPs not to follow up with our next door neighbour, the hedge is growing into my garden. That's not what we're here for. We're here to protect lives. And this is the opportunity today, is to call for an immediate ceasefire. Yes, it may just be maybe signalling to an extent, but that signal has to be given to what we see as one of our close allies, Israel, in the region. That has to happen today, because like in times gone by with the United States, back 20 years ago with Iraq, we thought we were doing the good friend thing to go along with the United States. No, the better friend says, no, this must stop now. This must stop today. So a ceasefire must happen now. And I so no longer in good conscience can continue on backing in public the line that we have taken on this side of the House, regrettably. Because even from a geostrategic perspective, I don't see what this does Israel in the long term. I don't see what favours this does for Israel. Israel already has had a very difficult time in the region that it's sat in. But this is not going to create any more friends from Israel. I come from Northern Ireland, and I'm looking at my honourable villager from the same neck of the woods in North Antrim. 3,500 people died in the Troubles over the last 30 years, 40 years. 3,500 people, and the trauma that's caused. But in 5 months, 30,000 people have died. How will people ever get over that? Because in our experience, they're bad people. The Hamas, they have to be called out. The people behind them, they have to be obliterated. We don't want to work with Hamas. And I think the motion from the SNP obviously could have gone further to call out Hamas, because we in Northern Ireland as well have dealt with those troubles in the past, the very bad people hiding behind other political leadership. But this, it does have to happen. The ceasefire must happen today, and it's in the interests of Israel in the long term also. I think this is the time for the United Kingdom to step up and take a leadership position with other middle powers, not wait for America and not wait for the next United States election. And just in closing, it's in my own good conscience, I cannot acquiesce to the government's position anymore on Gaza. The people of Bolton certainly cannot. And although you sit diagonal to me today, you're not sitting diametrically opposed to
Alan
me.
Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This call for an immediate ceasefire is about limiting the slaughter to the horrific 30,000 civilians already killed, stopping more civilians being killed by bombs, by bullets, starving to death or dying from disease. Now, currently 1 in 6 children in the north of Gaza under the age of 2 are suffering from malnutrition.
90% of children across Gaza under the age of 5 are already affected by one or more infectious disease. Now, aid is available, no aid is available, but it's blocked from getting into Gaza by Israel, which breaches the interim ICJ ruling. If denial of electricity, denial of food, denial of water, denial of medicine isn't collective punishment, then what is it? And he's called out for what it is, and that's where Labour and Tories need to look at that. The 2 million displaced citizens, 2 million citizens displaced with instructions of the occupying power breaches international law by violating Article 49 of the Geneva Convention. So where is the government or Labour condemnation of the displacement of civilians? Now, in terms of reprisals, obviously the Hamas attacks were brutal, but 25 innocent Palestinian civilian deaths for every Israeli death is not justice. Now, the ICJ is going to make a judgment on genocide, but when the Israeli ambassador to the UK stated every school, every mosque, every second house has access to tunnels, and asked Ian Dale on live UK air if there's any other solution other than destroying every building in Gaza, then she's justifying genocide in terms of physical destruction and breach of Article 2 of the Convention on Genocide. Where is the condemnation of the comments by the Israeli ambassador to the UK? It's a deathly silence. Now, rightly, when debating the merits of a ceasefire, the issue of the release of hostages comes up. It's quite clear a ceasefire is required if there's going to be any chance of them being released safely. It's obvious that unless there's a ceasefire, then the hostages are also at risk of death from disease and starvation, or even killed by the IDF, who have already unfortunately killed some of their own brethren. So perhaps it's time to listen to the brave families of the hostages who have actually been protesting against Netanyahu, who's calling for a different approach. It's time to listen to organisations like Jews for Justice, to the 25 humanitarian organisations demanding an immediate ceasefire. It's horrific to hear that humanitarian aid workers are also dying right now before us. It really is time to have a ceasefire and then to look at building the two-state solution and helping the survivors who are going to be traumatised for life.
Yeah.
does not urge Israel to comply with the ICJ verdict. So people who vote for the government's motion but do not vote for the Labour motion, I'm afraid, are voting against all of those things. And it is really important that that message is heard. I'm very pleased to hear that the SNP will be supporting the Labour motion. I think they're right to do so. And I hope that all those people who've spoken powerfully in this debate on all sides for an immediate ceasefire will support the Labour motion and see this House united behind those words.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a really important day for all of us in this House, representing our constituents that have written to us in droves, asking us to speak out for a humanitarian end to the crisis. And I want to reflect on some of the speeches we've heard from right across the House, and in particular from the member for Gillingham and Rainham. If not now, when? And that's a question that we should all be asking ourselves. We're very good as a chamber when we come and we reflect on the horrors of the genocide. We think about what happened in Srebrenica. We think about what happened in Rwanda and Darfur. And we ask ourselves the question, why didn't we stop those? Why didn't we stop the killing in those situations? Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, here we are again. 29,000 people, women and children, murdered. And why? And why? And we are members of the Security Council. We are in a position of leadership. We should be standing up today. And yes, we extend the hand of friendship to our allies in Israel. But we see that the only way that we can resolve this is if we have an end to the fighting now. And we recognise that everything that we've talked about over many decades about that two-state solution, that we now have to push on. We are politicians. We are diplomats. We are meant to improve people's lives. We have come together, thankfully, to support our friends in Ukraine, the House coming together, that Putin must be defeated. But we need to recognise we can't have any more of the needless slaughter taking place in Gaza. Yes, we want to see Israelis being able to live in peace and security. Yes, of course, we want the removal of Hamas, that vile terrorist organisation. But for goodness sake, colleagues, today is the day that we must come together. Let's stand united. Let's say no more should innocent civilians lose their lives in Gaza. Let's make sure today is one that this House can be proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When the House last voted on a ceasefire in November, 11,320 Palestinians had been killed, including 4,650 children. When the ICJ's plausible genocide ruling made clear the right of Palestinians to be protected from genocide, the death toll in Gaza had surpassed 26,000. I find myself asking, just as I asked when thousands were killed, when 10,000 were killed, when 20,000 were killed, and I'm asking again now that over 29,000 men, women and children have been killed, whether this government believes that there is any limit at all to the number of civilians slaughtered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people all over the UK are struggling to grapple with the fact that the government seems to not understand that starving civilians, destroying schools, hospitals, and targeting refugee camps can never be viewed to be part of a legitimate military campaign. We cannot allow benchmarks of humanity to be eroded in the way that we are seeing in Gaza. This cannot be the future. And in keeping my remarks brief, I come to the chilling and shocking disregard for Palestinian life, the dehumanization, the racism that we have witnessed across much of the mainstream UK political establishment. Any expression of Palestinian identity has all too often been deemed unacceptable over the recent period and much before. I am shocked by this. There are members from all sides of the House who are shocked by this. My constituents are shocked by this. The general public is shocked by this. Countries all over the world are shocked by this. And yet the US continues to use its power along with the UK to ensure that this nightmare continues. It's utterly shocking and it will never, ever be forgotten. Mr. Deputy Speaker, why are Palestinians being treated differently and denied any sense of humanity? Why are Palestinian lives and dignity not being protected? I will be voting for a ceasefire again tonight, and I will continue to do so until the horrors of what is happening stops. And I urge others to do the same, because human rights are inalienable, because all lives matter, Israeli and Palestinian, and because the weight of duty and history is on our shoulders.
Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, my boys celebrate their 18th birthday, and so for me, this is a special moment in that I hope that we will come to a decision that will make the world that they step into as adults a better place. And I would have hoped that one of the most serious humanitarian crises in living memory would have brought consensus instead of competition. We're supposed to be voting to bring peace to a deeply polarized conflict, but that won't be achieved by political factionalism in this place. And despite accusations of tribalism in the Scottish independence movement, Alba intend, and as often we have done before, to support the SNP's motion today. My party's position from the 9th of October was set out by my party leader, Alex Salmond, and it is that there has been a long and sorry catalogue of atrocities throughout the history of this conflict. Terrorist action against civilians can never be justified, and neither can military action in reprisal leading to the killing and maiming of children. Both sides should be told by the international community to now choose the path of de-escalation and ceasefire. There can be no lasting settlement which ignores long-standing UN resolutions, and there is no path to peace which can be initiated by violence against civilians. He was right, and as has been evidenced by subsequent violence, death and destruction. This serves no one, and an end to bloodshed should be the only guiding principle we observe. At the start of the current conflict, many of us met with a young Israeli man who lost both of his peace campaigning parents in the October the 7th attack. Despite his loss, his appeal was for de-escalation and peace and the amplification of moderate voices within Israel. He described the anger in his country towards the current Israeli government. We have also heard from Palestinian representatives who have lost every generation of their family in the ensuing IDF attacks. Families who followed the instruction from Israel to move to the south of Gaza, but were wiped out anyway. We've heard testimony from Human Rights Watch and Reporters Without Borders, who are witnesses to alleged war crimes. The ICJ have found it plausible that Israel's act may amount to genocide. The Jewish Voice for Peace of the Jewish Voice for Peace Rabbinical Council have condemned the continuing violence against Palestinians and those countries who support and enable it. If this House can't cooperate and calls those of us who seek peace naive on a matter of such humanitarian significance, how can we expect others so invested in this conflict to lay down their arms and talk?
Mr. Speaker, members across the chamber have set out in moving terms the context and the consequences of the last few months in Gaza, and I won't try and capture that. I worked for relief and development agencies for 10 years before I came here, and still I have never encountered a humanitarian context as hellish as the people of Gaza are experiencing. Our constituents are watching in desperation and distress, and they feel powerless to the point of complicity. That's not the main issue here, but it has consequences for their faith in politics and in international law, and I want to give voice to it. Those feelings of dread people feel at the images on their screens and that are etched permanently in their minds. I feel that way. I look at my 6-year-old, sweet, smiling, innocent daughter, and I see a 6-year-old trapped in a car for days with nobody listening to her cries, and the bodies of all the people she loved. And those stories will never leave people. And worse again, people who express basic human emotions and solidarity with people who face the unimaginable are being met with slurs and distortions and being smeared as being pro-Hamas and anti-Semitic slurs that were made in this chamber just a few moments ago. Like most of my constituents, I stand in full solidarity with the victims of the wicked Hamas attacks of the 7th of October. They were vile and indefensible and carried out by a cynical organisation who have not allowed the people of Gaza to vote for a generation, but they do not justify the horrors which have followed. I defend Israel's right to exist, and I stand in solidarity with Jewish people here and around the world. That includes those standing against the far-right Netanyahu government throughout the last summer and his excesses. He is a man who, in word and deed, has repudiated the two-state solution that many of us in this chamber advocate, and which genuinely is the only possible outcome for that region that doesn't condemn them to years of this nightmare. Comparisons between the Middle East and Northern Ireland are shallow, and I avoid making them, but the one that can be learned is that the first step is stopping the killing. Those who are asking for a permanent solution, a permanent ceasefire, are setting an impossibly high bar. Even in Northern Ireland, when paramilitaries were dragged to that point, it took a decade for those ceasefires to be made permanent. We need to stop the bombs, we need to stop the rockets, we need to release the hostages, and we need to release the aid. And then we need to work every day to make that sustainable. Only politics can do that. There's no military solution here. There never was. I don't really care which amendment gets through tonight. I don't care what form of words it is, so long as this House sends a clear message and states an end to this slaughter and a pathway to a just and lasting settlement and international momentum towards that. Israel has failed to reach its objectives. If we don't support a ceasefire now, when will we?
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Obviously, Israel is entitled to defend itself. It's unquestionable that the actions of Hamas were totally reprehensible. But we have long passed the position in which Israeli action is legitimate. It's not been a matter of days or weeks. It is now months. They have gone on beyond what international law views as acceptable. And now what they're doing is not a natural consequence of what Hamas did, which was evil and wicked, and the retention of the prisoners and holding hostages remains that way. What has remained is not by consequence, it is deliberate. Israel is acting to a plan which is to make Gaza unlivable. That has been a plan of Netanyahu and others. It is for that basis that we have to support a ceasefire. It is on that basis that the actions of Israel have to be called out, because they are not simply defending their own. They are not simply looking for hostages in tunnels. What they are doing is crushing the lifeboat out of Gaza so that it will be unlivable, not for weeks or months, but for years, if not forever. It is their intention to flatten it, and that is why we have to require not just an immediate ceasefire, but we ultimately have to have a genuine peace. That comes back to the role of Britain, which has been supine towards Israel and towards the United States. And the tragedy now, it is moving from being supine in failing to vote at the United Nations to being complicit. We do know that RAF Artillery is not simply being used by the RAF to fly into Israel, but we've handed it over to the United States so that they can move things into Israel. Of course, when we ask the UK government, what is America moving from Cyprus into Israel, they can't answer. And of course, when you ask the Americans, they say, well, we can't tell you because it's a British base. It is a deliberate distortion to allow Israel to be supplied through the UK acting in complicity with the United States of America. We also know that intelligence is being used and carried out by Britain that is being shared with others. They say it's relating to the hostages, but what else do we know? We're simply not told. We do know that the British Army is training the IDF, and we know that the British military machine is actually seeing companies making huge profits. So the time has come for an immediate ceasefire, but the time has also come that the UK must stand up, stop being complicit with the United States, stop being supine to Israel, and stand up for humanity. The developing world is speaking out, and it's about time that the UK stood with them.
Gavel Roberts.
Everyone here knows that what is unfolding in Rafah, in a refugee camp the size of Cardiff, but with treble the number of people within its boundaries, treble the number crammed inside, that what is happening there is an irrevocable disaster. Yet in light of this evidence, the government's refusal to support calls for a ceasefire is shameful. And this is important. It is doing damage, reputational damage to the UK's interests at home and abroad. While dismissing a ceasefire, the government claims to be working to prevent the loss of civilian life in Gaza. But where is the action and where is the urgency and what could the government be doing? The government itself, what could the government be doing to make a difference? Where are the arms export bans to Israel, which give clear evidence of their use against civilians? Where is the diplomatic pressure on the Israeli government to comply with the ICJ ruling? Where are the UK efforts to restore funding to the UN in Palestine, given the dire humanitarian situation there? Where even is the provision of treatment for injured Palestinian children in UK specialist hospitals? All things we could do tomorrow, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituent, British citizen Emily Fares of Glwyn-Gyrel, is desperately seeking support on crowdfunding to bring over family members from Gaza. She told me this morning, my father-in-law was messaging me most of last night as al-Masawi was coming under intense fire. On loudspeakers, Israeli forces were asking displaced women and children to stay in their tents and for men to surrender themselves. We didn't even hear until this morning that his brother and sister and children survived. This is meant to be a designated safe zone, and they are living in terror. The government must be aware that the inconsistency with which Palestinians seeking to escape a war zone are being treated is set to be the subject of a legal challenge. My constituent has seen the support provided by the UK government to Ukrainian refugees for 2 years. Both she and I can only conclude that the lack of similar support to refugees, firstly from Afghanistan and now from Palestine, must now be morally and legally questioned. Will the Minister justify to Emily why there is no such scheme for people trapped in Gaza? Only a diplomatic means, we know, can solve this crisis, and it has brought so many new horrors since October the 7th. One where the fighting stops, where Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners are released, and there is finally a route to a sustainable two-state solution. The longer we allow death and violence to continue, the rising reactionary forces of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia will continue to spread through all our communities.
Stevens.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I have listened intently to those members who are supporting the government amendment, and they're asking us to ignore two key facts. They're asking us to ignore that the International Criminal Court investigation into war crimes and crimes against humanity by Israel, and they're asking us to ignore the order from the International Court of Justice, which urged the UK government to uphold their own legal obligations to prevent Israel from committing genocide. Difficult though it may seem for some, the act of voting today for immediate ceasefire is actually the simplest of actions required of members of this House. The harder task is finding an effective means of applying the pressure to do so. And we can start with halting the provision of arms to Israel, and we've already seen, the UK government already has the means to do this through Articles 6 and 7 of the Arms Trade Treaty, which the UK government has signed, and which bans sales where there's a concern that the arms may be used to breach international law. Mr Deputy Speaker, a YouGov poll in December showed that 71% of the UK public believe there should be an immediate ceasefire in Israel and Palestine, with only 12% against. The military escalation since then and the impending threat to Rafah could only have strengthened those views. As Oxfam have pointed out, over 100 countries, now including Canada, Australia and New Zealand, support an immediate ceasefire. And these numbers will grow, and we may find ourselves increasingly on the wrong side of history and humanity. Both the international community and our own individual constituents are aware of what's continuing to happen. Israel has intensified airstrikes in Rafah ahead of their threatened ground offensive.
Remember that Rafah has 1.5 million people, including 500,000 children, all sheltering in 20% of the Gaza Strip without access to adequate shelter, water, food and medical facilities. That needs to stop, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm blessed to represent a diverse constituency. And like so many others, I've had local organisations write to me, and I want to end with the words from the Crookston Community Group, who are represented by people of all faiths and none. In the midst of conflict and turmoil, the pursuit of peace becomes more crucial than ever. A ceasefire between Palestinians and Israelis is not just a regional issue, it's a call for humanity to come together and prioritise dialogue over violence. By embracing peace, we can pave the way for a brighter future for all mankind. And I ask all members to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. Order. After Richard Ford, it'll only be Labour members left. And if you can lose a couple of paragraphs from your speeches, you're going to be really helpful to your colleagues. Richard Ford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm going to spend my 3 minutes drawing on some lessons from counterinsurgency campaigns in years gone by, and then I want to quote from one of my constituents who I represent. When we talk about being a friend of Israel, we should think about what a friend is. To my mind, to be a friend is to involve being listened to. But at present, I see no evidence that the British government is being listened to by Israel. This is particularly evident since the Foreign Secretary said the UK might recognise a Palestinian state, a suggestion that has been utterly rebuffed by Benjamin Netanyahu. The insurgents, Hamas terrorists if you prefer, sought on the 7th of October to provoke an excessive reaction. Now, counterinsurgency expert David Cullen wrote 15 years ago, if insurgents can provoke an excessive government reaction against a population, this can become a very powerful motivator for retributive action. On this basis, the terrorists who cheered those atrocities on the 7th of October that I've seen the film of, terrible, disgusting and appalling, those terrorists are still celebrating because another generation will mourn dead parents, dead children, and is attracted magnetically to Islamism, to the very Islamist ideology that Israel is trying to expunge by destroying Hamas. A more successful counterinsurgency campaign would have sought to use distinction, to distinguish the terrorists from the innocents, to separate the insurgent from their support. A more successful counterinsurgency campaign would have used proportionality, not parity of lives lost, but a response that is proportionate to a limited military objective. A more successful counterinsurgency campaign would have involved long-term post-insurgency planning of the sort that the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East said earlier should have happened in advance of Israel sending in the tanks. I'm proud to represent Rupert Joy, a former senior British ambassador who served in several countries in the Middle East and North Africa, and he wrote to me, David Cameron's statement that Britain could formally recognise a Palestinian state before the end of negotiations is an important step. It could serve to right historical wrongs and give Palestinians hope for the future. But, he goes on, I remain deeply concerned that the UK government's response to Israel's indiscriminate actions in Gaza and the rhetoric is not only ineffectual, not only morally indefensible, but hugely damaging to the UK's current global standing and international interests. I'm going to be voting in favour this evening of those motions or amendments that call for an immediate ceasefire, because I'm reminded of Tacitus, who wrote in Agricola, they create a desert and call it peace.
Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In January, I visited Israel and saw for myself the aftermath of Hamas's attack last October. In kibbutz Kfar Aza, I walked the burnt-out streets and saw the homes razed to the ground. This wasn't the scene of a battle, but the well-planned and ruthlessly executed massacre, a pogrom. Surprised they had slept in their beds, the residents had no chance to defend themselves. More than 60 people were murdered, 20 were taken hostage, and an unknown number of women were subjected to horrific acts of rape, torture, and mutilation. Such scenes were repeated throughout the border communities of southern Israel. They were also replicated at the Nova Music Festival, where more than 360 young people were murdered. In Tel Aviv, I visited the exhibition which tells the story of the festival and the appalling events which unfolded there. Our guide, a survivor who had helped to organise the festival, told us that she had lost so many friends in those few bloody hours that she had to choose which of their funerals to attend. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we urgently need an end to the fighting and a permanent and sustainable ceasefire in Gaza. But that requires the perpetrators of the 7th of October to be disarmed, that they have no part in the future governance of Gaza, and that they can never again, as they have repeatedly pledged to do so, repeat the horrific crimes that they committed against Israeli men, women and children nearly 140 days ago. It also requires that Hamas immediately release the more than 130 hostages that they continue to hold. Hostages who we know Hamas have beaten, tortured and raped. Among the hostages is British citizen Nadav Popplewell, whose sisters Eilat Satitsky I met in Israel. Eilat's 79-year-old mother Hannah was also seized at Kibbutz Nirim, and her brother Roy was shot and killed behind his home at the kibbutz. I also want to mention events closer to home, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's within hours of the Hamas attack, anti-Israel protesters massed outside the embassy here in London, and they have continued to demonstrate in our towns and cities ever since. Some have chanted anti-Semitic slogans, carried racist signs, and others have glorified Hamas's butchery. And many more appear not to have noticed or not to have been concerned by what was occurring around them. This Manichaean view of conflict, which seeks to cast one side as victim and another as villain, will do nothing to promote or further a desperately needed genuine peace process which fulfills the Israelis' right to security and the Palestinians' right to self-determination. So in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't doubt the sincerity of those in this House who take a different view from Israel's actions in Gaza. We all feel the distraught and the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza, and we all know there must have been a massive and immediate increase in humanitarian aid. We all fear the impact of a significant Israeli military operation in Rafah. However, this motion before us by the SNP is one-sided and does not...
Sam Terry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many in Ilford, I've watched with absolute horror the death of so many innocent civilians in Israel and Gaza. I've received literally tens of thousands of emails, letters and phone calls from constituents of all backgrounds, faiths and political persuasions. The mosques, the temples and the churches, including the churches in Ilford that have raised money for Gaza hospitals for over 40 years. They're outraged at the atrocities that they've been witnessing, live streamed for the past 4 months. They'll no doubt be watching today how all of us vote in this chamber. Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. No one here is denying the horror of the October 7th attacks, which saw the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. We now must be clear, though, the subsequent actions of the IDF in the past 5 months go far, far beyond self-defence. The scale of carnage on the ground is unmanageable. The humanitarian system has collapsed. Thousands of civilian men, women and children are dying in their droves. Refugee camps, religious buildings, schools and UN facilities targeted and levelled on a daily basis. At the same time as these atrocities, we've heard repeated cheering remarks from top Israeli government ministers appearing to condone and encourage these actions. The Minister for Agriculture called this war Gaza's Nakba. The Minister for Heritage raised the idea of dropping an atomic bomb to flatten Gaza. The Ministry of National Security stated that encouraging emigration from Gaza is a necessity. The Defence Minister said they are fighting human animals. And the Israeli Prime Minister himself compared Gazans to the Amaleks, referencing a Bible passage which says, now go, attack the Amalekites, totally destroy all that belongs to them, do not spare them, put to death men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels and donkeys. And I note that yesterday in the Knesset, there was a motion put forward to say that they would never, ever support a two-state solution. These are not cherry-picked comments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but statements from top Israeli government ministers. And it was this rhetoric which was a key component of the ICJ's ruling that claims of genocide in Gaza brought by South Africa are plausible. The place of Gazans, we were told, would be safe if they fled to Rafah. And that is why, as we listen to this language, we dread the impending devastation about to be unleashed. That is why only an immediate and permanent ceasefire would halt that violence. We must work with our neighbours and our Arab nations nearby to facilitate the release of all those hostages, allow for the restoration of essential services, allow for international humanitarian assistance to reach those in need. And we must just not stop at a ceasefire. We as the international community must use this moment to facilitate a dialogue that builds a genuine and lasting peace. We must put our faith in the ordinary people of Palestine and Israel for a peaceful solution.
Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Every member of this House will have been horrified by the bloodshed, the suffering, the horrors witnessed on our TV screens night after night. Many of us will never look at the world in the same way again. But the question we have to ask ourselves today is this: what are we going to do about it? How do we use our influence as a nation, as a member of the UN Security Council, as a country with huge diplomatic weight, to help put an end to the nightmare that we witness? In late October, I brought a motion, subsequently signed by 100 MPs, calling for an immediate ceasefire. At that time, around 5,000 people in Gaza and Israel had lost their lives. When this House first voted on a ceasefire in mid-November, around 11,000 Palestinians had been killed. Had Parliament done the right thing then, it could have been part of a global push for action that could have saved lives. But this House failed then. Let it not fail again today, because now 29,000 Palestinians have been killed, 2/3 of them women and children. So the priority for all of us must be to do everything in our power to help stop the loss of any more civilian lives. That means backing an immediate ceasefire. The UN General Secretary, the vast majority of governments, some of the world's most respected human rights bodies like Oxfam and Amnesty back an immediate ceasefire. And let's be totally clear, so do 3/4 of the British public. It's shameful that our government has repeatedly refused to support one. Because, as the UN Secretary General said in October, those heinous attacks by Hamas in October, crimes that we all condemn, do not justify responding with the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. An immediate ceasefire would help save civilian lives, allow in the scale of aid needed in Gaza, help ensure the safe release of the Israeli hostages. It could be a catalyst to a peace process we need and a way of meeting the International Criminal Court rulings on the Genocide Convention. The alternative is thousands more deaths, ever deeper human suffering, more war crimes, and the risk of a wider regional war. So it falls to every one of us today to send a signal to our government to do the right thing, to demand it uses every diplomatic channel to push that's possible for an immediate ceasefire as a key way to help bring an end to this crisis. Tonight, I'm voting for an immediate ceasefire. Every other MP should do the same. Enough is enough.
Yeah, Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has stood before this House on several occasions and professed his support for a two-state solution to the crisis in the Middle East. And on this, I agree with him wholeheartedly. A viable and sovereign Palestine coexisting with a safe and secure Israel is the only path towards peace that remains open. Indeed, in October, when a statement was brought, and I put this very question, the Prime Minister responded by saying he will recognise Palestine as a state when the time is right. If the time is not right now, then indeed, when is it going to be right? And is it precisely for this reason that I am voting to support an immediate ceasefire today? The violence in Gaza has now left over 30,000 dead, with millions displaced. It is clear, therefore, that if violence continues, the prospect of a two-state solution diminishes, and along with it, any hope of a lasting and just peace for the region. That is why I believe any commitment to a two-state solution must be more than words and matched by actions and deeds. And the best action towards this goal would be for the UK to work towards an immediate ceasefire, the release of any remaining hostages, and the recognition of a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. The vast majority of British people want a ceasefire. The path to peace will be a political solution. Violence and military action will not achieve peace. The members of the United Nations Security Council want a ceasefire, yet the USA vetoed it twice, with the UK abstaining on the 8th of December and again yesterday. What I need to say to this government is get up the fence and be on the right side of history. That said, while ceasefire is clearly a necessary condition for peace, it is not sufficient. The recent ICJ ruling states that its plausible acts
could amount to genocide being committed in Gaza against the people of Palestine. Therefore, the British government must end the sale of arms to Israel, weapons that are being used to kill innocent Palestinians. Finally, in making these demands, I'm not speaking here for myself, over 10,000 constituents in Birmingham Hall Green have written to me recently calling for a ceasefire, for the recognition of a Palestinian statehood and for the ending of arms trade to Israel. Never have I witnessed such passion advocacy on any issue by the people of Birmingham Hall Green, and I'm proud to stand here today to be their voice and their vote in this debate.
Order. The wind-ups are expected at 10 to 6. The division's expected from 10 past 6. Contributions way shorter than 3 minutes will help. Please look towards 2 minutes. Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For 137 days, tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians have been killed. Entire families have been wiped out by intense bombing that has spared no one. Israeli forces have opened fire on unarmed civilians, in hospitals, in queues for aid lorries, in fishing boats. They have killed children, like 6-year-old Hind Rajab. Her desperate call to the Palestine Red Crescent Society, trapped in a car alongside the bodies of her dead family members, should haunt us all. And the UN has expressed serious concern about the detention of women and girls, with credible reports of degrading treatment and sexual violence by Israeli soldiers. People have lost everything they own, from their homes to their most cherished belongings, and we've seen videos of Israeli soldiers stealing or destroying their possessions, including the food that they've had to leave behind. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians face forced starvation. In one heartbreaking video, a girl begs her cat, "If we die, please don't eat us." This horrific situation isn't some unfortunate accident. It could not be clearer that what Israel is doing in Gaza is immoral. It is wrong. And the International Court of Justice has ruled that it amounts to a plausible risk of genocide. I'm afraid I need to make progress. Yet Israeli leaders continue to defy the court's orders. If there is one moral principle that all of us in this House should share, it's that genocide should never be allowed to take place. The ICJ has said that under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention, states must employ all means reasonably available to prevent genocide within the limits permitted by international law. So what are the means that our government has? They surely include doing everything it can to bring about an immediate ceasefire, increasing humanitarian aid, and ending the arms sales and military training that are enabling Netanyahu's hard-right government to continue its atrocities, while continuing to call on Hamas to release all hostages. Madam Deputy Speaker, for decades, the world has been far too indifferent to the plight of the Palestinians, who are subject to oppression and discrimination simply because they are Palestinian. Israel cannot continue to deny their right to self-determination. It must end its 67-year-long illegal occupation of the West Bank and its brutal siege of Gaza. And the UK government must stop its selective empathy and help create a path to safety, security, and freedom for both Palestinians and Israelis.
I would urge colleagues to try to stick to 2 minutes. I could get everybody in if they did that. Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the clear calls for an immediate ceasefire in the SNP motion tabled today, for that is what is required. And I have been consistent in my calls for an immediate ceasefire since the horrific massacre by Hamas of the 7th of October and the declaration of the Israeli Defence Minister on the 8th of October that the Gaza Strip would pay a heavy price. And I remain steadfast in my belief that a ceasefire is required. And as everybody today has commented, it is only a political solution that will lead to peace in the region. The ceasefire must be sustainable. We also need humanitarian aid to go in. Hostages and prisoners must be released, and we must stop the arms export licenses to Israel. But the key thing is a ceasefire at this point to stop the killing. In the very limited time that I've got, I wanted to focus upon the gendered nature of the conflict and the horrific impact it is having on women and children in Gaza. Over 70% of the 30,000 people killed are women and children. Every hour, 2 Gazan mothers are killed by Israeli attacks. And every day, almost 200 women in Gaza are giving birth without adequate care. And all of this is because 1.7 million Gazans have been displaced from their homes and are living in squalor. And I've got lots of testimonies provided by ActionAid and other charities of the impact this is having disproportionately on women and children. What is happening to the Palestinians is collective punishment, as the Secretary-General of the UN and countless agencies have stated, and which the main motion before us today rightly does say. And the ICJ, as others have said, but this is extremely important, that there is a plausible risk of genocide by the State of Israel. We are witnessing a humanitarian catastrophe, and we stand on the precipice of mass civilian slaughter if the Israeli attacks Rafah. To conclude, I welcome the statement by the Shadow Foreign Secretary in the House today that, and I quote, "This is the moment to come together." So the only way that this can be done is by consistently calling and supporting those calls for an immediate ceasefire, and thereby I hope that all members across the House will be supporting both propositions today. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the SNP for using their opposition day to bring about a debate on Gaza. The House has not covered itself in glory today with all the delays at the start of this debate, and I can't quite understand why we're now finishing early. But the issues before us are the reality of the horror of people's lives. The member for Oxford spoke earlier and talked about the pain of those that were killed on October the 7th, the pain of those in a church, the pain that are the relatives of those being killed in Gaza, and the continuing destruction of the lives of almost 30,000 people in Gaza since this conflict began, and the use of unbelievable levels of ordnance in destroying Gaza. Carpet bombing of the whole place. 29,000 bombs have been dropped on Gaza by the Israeli forces. By comparison, the US only dropped 4,000 bombs on Iraq during 5 years of that particular conflict. What we're seeing is the total destruction of society, life, and hope in Gaza. I keep meeting Palestinian people who tell me how many of their relatives have been killed in Gaza. Our good friend, Hussam Zumlot, the Palestinian ambassador, has lost 100 members of his wider family in this conflict. I met a man going through unbelievable trauma, Wael, in Bristol 2 weeks ago, who's lost 17 immediate members of his family. But Israel's lack of support or recognition for international law goes back a long way. The Fourth Geneva Convention has found them wanting on so many cases of the power of an occupying force. The International Court of Justice, and I attended the hearing in The Hague, listened very carefully to the South African application and effectively demanded an immediate ceasefire. It has not happened. And when this happened, this whole thing kicked off. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, said, this didn't come from nowhere. It comes from decades of the encirclement of Gaza. It comes from the occupation of the West Bank. It comes from a settlement policy. It comes from the inability of Palestinian people to be able to live their lives in peace. A ceasefire now is absolutely essential. And it's got to go on to end the occupation. It's got to go on to end the settlement policy. It's got to go on to recognize the plight of those thousands of Palestinian refugees living in Jordan, Syria, Libya, and so many other places all around the world. UNRWA has been defunded. We are sending arms, not aid. We should be sending all the support we can. The best support we can give is to stop the arms trade with Israel, end the battle in Gaza at the moment, and bring about peace and hope for the Palestinian people.
Steve McCabe.
Thank you. Well, look, I want a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire. And how I wish that the simple act of calling for it was enough to deliver it, as some people seem to believe. The reality is it's going to take a bit more than that. We have to accept that if the hostages are not released there's a major block on a ceasefire. We should throw our weight behind the talks in Egypt and Qatar and at the UN and with the people who are making practical negotiations possible to try and bring this thing to a conclusion. It's not enough to wish for it. It's not enough to march down the streets and block the traffic and invade the railway stations and chant ceasefire now. It might make you feel momentarily good, but it doesn't change anything at all. So we need a much more practical approach to what we're going to do. And that's been absent from this debate today. It sounded at times like a prosecution of Israel to me. Now, as a Labour friend of Israel, I am quite happy to criticise some of the actions of the Israeli authorities at the present time. I have no problem with that. But I do know what happened in Israel on October the 7th, and I don't think it should be written out of history by people chanting for something else. So what I want to say in the time I've got available is simply this. I want a ceasefire. I want the hostages released. I want aid delivered, and I want support for genuine efforts to build peace. And I'll work with those of goodwill from any political sphere who share those views. But we should be careful of sanctimony and lectures from holy willies on this subject, because the reality is you don't get it by wishing for it or preaching at others. You get it by working for it.
Claudia Webb.
Madam Deputy Speaker, according to Euromed Human Rights Monitor, Israel has killed, seriously injured and maimed well over 100,000 people in Gaza since the 7th of October, the vast majority of them civilians, and the vast majority of them women and children. More than 1,000 children have lost limbs, many of them having to go undergo amputations without anaesthetic. Whole families and generations wiped out. And just this week, United Nations Human Rights Office said it believes Israeli soldiers have engaged in arbitrary detention, extrajudicial killings, and sexual violence, including the rape and execution of women and girls, and intentionally and publicly humiliated and degraded others, while Israel itself has posted videos of its humiliation of civilian men. Israel did not even pause for breath in its slaughter in Gaza when the International Court of Justice put it on trial for genocide and ordered it to protect Palestinian lives. Yet our government continues to enable and assist the Israeli military. The government must explain why the UK government has issued at least 27 arms licenses to Israel in the last 137 days. British-made bombs and weapons killing civilians in Gaza. The UN World Health Organization and others have now been warning for weeks that famine and disease in Gaza are starting to kill more civilians than bombs and bullets. The health system in Gaza has been bombed into collapse. Famine is now in Gaza. 80% of the world's hungriest people are in that tiny enclave. Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. Palestinians are forced to eat grass just to survive. Palestinians in Gaza are forced to grind animal feed into flour just to survive. Cutting off funding for UNRWA, the United Nations aid organization for Palestine, is a death sentence. Only a fraction of the bare minimum for survival is being allowed through in aid. Israel is bombing Rafah, where it drove almost the whole population for supposed safety, and says it plans a full invasion, one that will trigger a catastrophe that will dwarf the horrors we have seen so far. The UK government is under an obligation under international law to do everything in its power to stop genocide, yet it has not taken a meaningful step to do so, and will not even call for an immediate ceasefire to end the devastation. We must call for immediate ceasefire, and it's ludicrous that we are engaged in collective punishment. Collective punishment is a war crime. Forcible transfer and slaughter are war crimes. Therefore, we need a motion that the SNP has put today that ends these war crimes and calls for an immediate ceasefire. I support.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since this House first held a vote calling for the government to press for a ceasefire, tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed. More than 1 million have been displaced, not just once, but multiple times over and over again. and nearly half of Gaza's population are starving as food and water is restricted. The brutal bombardment has killed almost 30,000 men, women and children, whilst more lie beneath the rubble of homes, schools, churches, mosques and hospitals in a tragedy that should be unthinkable. But in Gaza, where more than 11,000 of those killed have been children, this unthinkable tragedy has become a reality. A 15-year-old child growing up in Gaza today has never known peace, but this conflict has been the deadliest that they have ever seen. Almost every day for almost 5 months, Gaza's children have faced a multitude of dangers, whether that's from the Israeli military's bombs or their sniper bullets, the grave health risks of wounds treated without anaesthetic or infection control, the acute malnourishment and disease ripping through the population, or the psychological torment of being exposed to such death and destruction. These are not combatants, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they are certainly not acceptable collateral damage. They are children. And it is shameful that children are wasting away, that most babies under the age of 2 are starving, and that nearly all children under 5 languish with disease. Within weeks of the attack on Gaza, we saw haunting images of children begging the international community to protect them. But in the months that followed, the international community made it clear they were not listening. So the question that we must ask ourselves in this House, what is the point of having declarations, charters and institutions if they will not even protect children? What benefit the international courts, which the UK touts as the bedrock of a rules-based order, offer if they won't halt the killing of children? What purpose does this international order serve if it ignores the Palestinian children as deserving of protection as any other? The answer is simply that it has failed. And today we can either continue this legacy of failure or reject it and vote for an immediate ceasefire to end the bloodshed.
Zara Sultan. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What I witnessed in Gaza wasn't a war, it was annihilation. Those are the words of an American doctor, Irfan Galaria, who recently returned from Gaza, having volunteered at one of its remaining working hospitals. On his return, he described the carnage inflicted by Israel's bombardment. He spoke of the sea of tents around Rafah, where 1.5 million Palestinians have been displaced. He spoke about how every few minutes his hospital would shake as airstrikes rained down nearby. The doctor described the medical equipment he had to use for amputations, a Geely saw, essentially a piece of barbed wire, he said. He spoke about one occasion where parents carried a group of children into the emergency room. Their families had tried to return to their homes in Khan Yunis after Israeli tanks withdrew, but Israeli snipers remained. The children, all aged 5 to 8, had single sniper shots to the head, he said. Not one of them survived. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the last 137 days, Gaza has been subjected to indiscriminate assault. More than 29,000 Palestinians have been killed, including more than 10,000 children, with many more buried in the rubble. More than 70% of Gaza's homes have now been destroyed, and all 2.3 million inhabitants are now classified as facing either crisis, emergency, or catastrophic levels of food insecurity. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said in this chamber before, what is truly horrifying is that Israeli politicians and officials have said that they would unleash this atrocity on Gaza. At the start of the assault, an Israeli defense official said, and I quote, "Gaza would be reduced to a city of tents. Remember the American doctor's description of Rafah." And an Israeli government minister said there are no non-combatants in Gaza. Remember the number of children killed. Another official said the aim was to make Gaza a place where no human being could exist. Now remember the number of people starving in Gaza. What Israeli officials said would happen has happened, and to its eternal shame, this government has given Israel the green light, refusing to call for an immediate ceasefire and continuing to arm the Israeli military. But that could change today. Voting for an immediate ceasefire, and I mean an immediate ceasefire, will tell the world that Britain demands this war, this brutal assault must end, and end now. In the face of the moral calamity we are witnessing, that is a bare minimum this House must do. So we must call for an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages and all those unjustly imprisoned, and a lasting peace, respecting the fundamental rights of all Palestinians and Israelis. So I say to my colleagues and those across the House with a conscience, history will remember this. I urge you, I implore you, vote for an immediate ceasefire today.
Claire Anderson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm heartbroken and horrified, alongside my Putney constituents, for the terror and attacks and hostage taking, for the horrendous death and suffering and destruction in Gaza. I'd like to draw my members' attention to my register of interests. I've been on 2 trips to Israel and Palestine in the last 6 months. One last September, just before the attacks, with Kabu and Medical Aid for Palestine, and one last week with many other members with Yahad. We visited kibbutzim attacked on October the 7th. We visited Jerusalem and the West Bank. I met with Rachel Goldberg, the mother of Hirsch, a 23-year-old who is very similar to my 21-year-old. He loves traveling, he loves music festivals. He waved his mum goodbye and went off to a music festival on October the 6th. At 8:20 in the morning on October the 7th, he sent his mum 2 text messages. I love you. I'm sorry. She hasn't heard from him since. Rachel's an extraordinary woman, his mother, and she summarised the war this way: it's not a competition of pain and tears, it's just a bunch of pain and tears. We should learn from this. We should learn about solidarity both with the Jewish people and the Palestinian people, and find words to say that here and across our country. I would like to, in the short time, highlight issues of the West Bank. There can be no peace in Gaza without peace in the West Bank. But I went to a village destroyed by the illegal settler occupation. Settlers sound like a very nice farming fringe activity. It's not true. It's an illegal and violent occupation movement which undermines peace on the West Bank and in Gaza. They must be stopped now with more sanctions and calling out and dismantling the illegal outposts. So what needs to happen now? An immediate ceasefire, no attack on the 1.5 million people in Rafah, a surge of humanitarian aid, the release of the hostages, and a freeze on demolition of Palestinian homes in the West Bank and dismantling the settlement outposts. Of course, the people of South Israel and Gaza must be able to return to their homes and rebuild. There must be international recognition of the state of Palestine, and the contested holy sites in Jerusalem must be resolved. The Israeli Defense Force have said they are planning 2024 to be a year of war. We are here today to say no.
Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The list of babies killed in Gaza before their first birthday is beyond heartbreaking. And this week, there were at least 4 killed alone who hadn't even got to the stage where they had a name. And at the same time, footage emerged this week from Khan Yunis of Israeli hostage Shiri Bibas and her sons, aged 4 and 9 months old, still being held by Hamas. So when we debate this issue, we should keep in mind all those innocents caught up in this conflict. And this debate today has certainly not risen to that occasion at all times. The fighting must stop. We must have a ceasefire. I think there is now cross-party agreement. But I've heard many people say, both in this House today and outside it, that this situation isn't complex, that it's simple. Vote for a ceasefire. It's symbolic. It's sending a message. It doesn't matter if you agree with every word of a motion. Just vote for it so you've voted for something. Think of the headline on BBC News, not the detail. How debased our politics has become that this is what now passes for foreign policy. Because words do matter. Detail is important. Not mentioning something in a motion matters. And that's why tonight I'll be voting for the Labour amendment in the name of the leader. Because it matters that we say what's important. We all know that the only way to get to the peaceful resolution that we need is the hard yards of diplomacy, and for both sides, Israel and Hamas, to agree to stop. I don't have any time. This conflict is raging far beyond this place, and the tone and the tenor of the debate matters. So in a week filled with politics, it's important tonight that we have the chance to vote for a ceasefire. And I think importantly more than that, that we spend time after this debate trying to build a consensus that was starting to emerge on the Conservative side for what this looks like going forward. Because if we want a ceasefire, we need a ceasefire, we have to build a consensus for it. Dividing this House isn't going to achieve that, and it's not going to save lives in Gaza.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Sunday, I returned from 4 days in Israel and Palestine on a cross-party delegation with Yakad. We met with hostage families, displaced Palestinians, NGOs working in Gaza, peace activists on both sides of the conflict, Israeli and Palestinian official spokespeople. It was a distressing, moving and humbling experience. The conflict in Israel and Gaza has brought unimaginable horror on Israelis and Palestinians, and it has intensified the violent displacement of Palestinians by settlers in the West Bank. In the very short time that I have at the end of this debate, I want to bring to this House the words of one extraordinary young man we met with. He is called Yotam Kipnis. We met Yotam in the Be'eri kibbutz, which he returned to with us for the first time since the 7th of October to visit the home from which his parents were abducted and subsequently murdered by Hamas for the first time. As we stood outside the rubble of Yotam's home, he said this to us. He said, "Vengeance is a valid feeling. It is not a valid policy." In Israel and Palestine, they talk about the day after this conflict. To get to the day after, we must first have a ceasefire. We have to have a ceasefire now before more atrocities are committed in Rafah. We need to have a ceasefire so that humanitarian aid can get in to Gaza. We need a ceasefire for people like Yotam, who are working for peace. And if they can set aside their differences and focus on what really matters, the future that Israelis and Palestinians can build of peace and security, we can put aside our differences in this House tonight and vote for a ceasefire.
SNP spokesperson, Alison Tudor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the speakers that have come and raised their voices on behalf of the people of Gaza today. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are here today in condemnation of the atrocities committed against innocent people in Israel by Hamas on the 7th of October. We are here today in condemnation of the atrocities committed by Israel against innocent people in Gaza on every day since. We are here today in condemnation of the taking of hostages, of indiscriminate violence, of maiming, of the use of snipers, of the use of rape and sexual assault, of starvation, of attacks in places of worship, schools and hospital. It must stop. It must stop now. A pause is not enough. Filling the bellies of starving Waynes one day just to bomb them the next is not acceptable. Pregnant women, those who have not miscarried or suffered stillbirth due to the unimaginable strain of living in a war zone, cannot time their labour from whenever that pause might fall. ActionAid have reported that Al Adwa, the only functioning maternity hospital in northern Gaza, was hit 3 times in the past week. It is intolerable. Colleagues across this House have outlined the horrors in Gaza. Of Wee Rind Hijab, only 6, of the poet Rifat Al-Arir, of Dima Al-Haj, who lived in Glasgow, killed alongside her 6-month-old baby, her husband and 2 brothers. Dima was a health worker for the World Health Organization. Dr. Abdul Latif, a colleague of my honourable friend from Central Asia, lost 50 members of his family, including children and grandchildren, when their home was bombed. The journalist, Wael Al-Dudi, lost his wife, daughter, 2 sons and other family members. I highlight these stories because when you get beyond the over 100 journalists, the 150 UN workers, the estimated 400 health workers, the 30,000 of our fellow human beings who have been killed, their stories become a cacophony of tragedy. It cannot be anything other than collective punishment. And as the International Court of Justice have found, a plausible risk of genocide being perpetrated by Israel. And more deaths will follow without a ceasefire, without allowing in a full flow of humanitarian aid, which Israel has been holding up. The Palestinian Red Crescent has seen their life-saving work
disrupted by Israeli forces. There is a real fear for the people of now sheltering in Rafah, 1.4 million of them, if a further attack lands upon them. There are many ways to die in Gaza: disease, starvation, as well as by bombardment. And what of those who survive? The 1.9 million displaced, homeless, destitute, left among the rubble of their lives, orphaned, the 70,000 injured and suffering enduring trauma. We must not forget those people either. I have listened carefully to activists from the Gaza Families Reunited campaign who want to allow their families in the UK to reunite and bring families to sanctuary here. The UK has granted very few visas to Palestinians over the years, only 1,300 since 2014. My honourable friend from the Northwest has previously talked about Dr. Luba Hadoun. In Glasgow, my constituent Sama, Reem, who I listened to on a call yesterday, Grace Blankton and Alison Phipps, who are Palestinian friends, none of them have found a safe and legal route because none exists. People are fundraising to bribe their way out of Gaza for lack of a safe and legal route, all the time worrying about news of whether their relatives are dead or alive. There has been a scheme for Ukraine. Why is there yet no scheme for Gaza?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I know that some of the questions that have been asked of us today have been, how do we know what's going to happen if there is a ceasefire? Does she agree that the real problem is that we know exactly what's going to happen if there's not a ceasefire, and that alone should be enough to make sure we vote for one tonight?
I thank him for his point, and that point is absolutely crucial. If there is no ceasefire, as we continue as we are just now, we know what the consequences of that will be. The consequences of that will be thousands more people will die. We don't have to question that. We know that that will happen. And it is on our conscience if we choose not to act. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have never had more emails about an issue, and I know that is common for many colleagues around this House. Currently, over 3,000 people have got in touch with me about this issue. The ongoing demonstrations outside this House and in towns and villages and cities across these islands shows the strength of feeling on the conflict in Gaza, bringing together people from all backgrounds, people who have never protested before, but who see an injustice happening, and they want us as parliamentarians to do something about it. We all know that peace can be possible, but that it starts with tentative steps. Ceasefires are not easy. The honourable members from Foyle and Belfast South gave their experiences, and other colleagues brought dispatches from their conversations and visits in the region. We are under no illusions of the challenges, but we must try. In this place, we have a duty, we have an obligation, a very special obligation when it comes to the Middle East. And every moment we delay and equivocate, more people die. It could not be more crucial than that. This is not a debate about semantics or procedure, it is about principle. It is about the people of Gaza. It is about saving lives. The hostages must be released. Aid must be allowed in. Negotiations must begin. And it is on our consciences, on all of our consciences here in this place. If we do not stand with our international partners, with countries around the world, with international aid organisations, with the United Nations, we must have a ceasefire, and we must have a ceasefire now.
Point of order, Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the Speaker is a servant of this House and that he takes his responsibilities to us extremely seriously. It is that duty towards us and our rights as members in this place that commands our respect of him. We all have obligations in this place to ensure that all views can be expressed and that individual members and parties of all colours and sizes can have their say. As a member of the government benches, sometimes that is difficult on opposition day debates. Motions are always deliberately confected to try and engineer the greatest possible backlash against members. But we, on this side of the House, have never asked that the procedures of this House be upturned in order to mitigate against such pressures. Even when we have faced extreme abuse. Mr. Speaker has stated in the decision that he has taken today, and that he is entitled to take, that he wished for all propositions on the order paper to be put to the House. However, this decision has raised temperatures in this House on an issue where feelings are already running high, and it has put honourable and right honourable members in a more difficult position. It also appears from the advice of his clerk that the decision is taken against the long-standing and established processes and procedures of this House, and that the consequences may be that government is not able to respond to Opposition Day motions, and as such, the government does not have confidence that it will be able to vote on its own motion. For that reason, the government will play no further part in the decision this House takes on today's proceedings. I would like to stress that the government's position on Israel and Gaza remains unchanged, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, outlined today. We want to see the fighting in Gaza end as soon as possible. We never again want to see Hamas carry out the appalling terrorist attacks that Israel was subject to. And we know that just calling for an immediate ceasefire now, which collapses back into fighting within days or weeks, is not in anyone's interests. We will be reiterating the government's position via a written ministerial statement. I fear that this most grave matter that we are discussing today and this afternoon has become a political row within the Labour Party, and that regrettably,
Order. I want to hear the point of order. Thank you.
And that, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that regrettably, Mr. Speaker has inserted himself into that row with today's decision and undermined the confidence of this House in being able to rely on its long-established standing orders to govern its debates. Long-established conventions that should not be impaired by the current view of a weak leader of the opposition and a divided party. I would ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would ask that the Speaker take the opportunity to reassure all honourable and right honourable members that their Speaker, our Speaker, will not seek to undermine those rights in order to protect the interests of particular members, and that future Opposition Day debates will not be hijacked in this way. And I say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the benefit of all members.
Order. I will take further points of order, but I think it will be helpful if I just explain that I thank the Right Honourable Lady for alerting me to her point of order, and just to explain that if the government is not going to move its amendment, the questions will be, first of all, on the current amendment, and secondly, on the motion itself, either as amended or in its original form. That I just hope that is helpful, and it would be helpful if I could be heard. Thank you. Thank you. Order. I'm first of all taking a point of order from the shadow leader of the House, Lucy Pyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, I haven't had advance notice of the point of order from the leader, so I'm responding in terms today. Of course, we support what the Speaker was intending to do today. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Yeah, we support the
Mr. Speaker, we are going to listen to the points of order. The Leader of the House was heard, and the Shadow Leader of the House, and then I will come on to the Leader of the SNP. But I expect everybody to be heard with respect. Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sorry, I mean, last time I looked, the government benches had a majority in this House. So if they don't like the amendments that are before them, they could vote this evening to defeat those amendments. But they have decided now not to, I understand, vote in those debates. So perhaps we have to ask the question whether or not they do still command a majority in this House this evening, or whether they're trying to hide behind some other reason. Because keep shouting, you're just embarrassing yourselves, quite honestly.
You've given up governing.
Absolutely giving up. The Speaker is trying, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order. It's so bad just to be shouting the Shadow Leader of the House down. Members and right honourable members should think what they are doing in behaving like this. The Shadow Leader of the House will be heard, and I am sure she will be coming to the point of order that she wants me to rule on.
There are a large number of members on this side of the House who wanted to express their view this evening in being able to vote for a motion in their name, for an amendment in their name. Okay? They're still shouting me down, Madam Deputy Speaker. They have an amendment in their name, which they obviously clearly don't have the numbers to now get through this House. Because, and it's astonishing, really, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the party opposite are now suddenly finding themselves standing in defence of the Scottish Nationalist Party, something I didn't think I'd see very often. But if they've got the numbers to command a majority in this House, then they should vote for their amendment. The Speaker had every right to let us have a say on ours this evening, to have the maximum number of options. And the Leader of the House might want to consult the former Leader of the House, the member for North East Somerset, who said that the Speaker had in fact taken the right decision to make sure that the maximum number of options were available to this House this evening. So thank you very much, Rhoda.
Well, let me just confirm again that if the government doesn't move its amendment, the other amendments and the main question will be taken. I just think Stephen Flynn, point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I firstly begin my point of order by just re-emphasising that we are all here tonight to vote on the civilian deaths in Gaza and the appalling situation that has been faced by nationals in Israel too. We all must remember that. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I have listened correctly to what has just been said, on SNP Opposition Day, should the Labour Party's motion be carried, then the SNP's vote will not be held. Secondly, if I have read the clerk's letter to all members correctly, which was sent to the Speaker, this was a consequence that he was warned of. So can you please advise me, where on earth is the Speaker of the House of Commons? How do we bring him to that seat to explain, how do we bring him to this House now to explain to the Scottish National Party why our views and our votes in this House are irrelevant to him?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. First of all,
Eleanor for Speaker.
Who is that? It really is. It really would be helpful if.
Sorry, she's just here.
Order. As long as it takes, I will answer the point of order, and then I will take other points of order. But I would suggest that we allow me to speak first. Further to the right honourable gentleman's point of order, I have explained that there were going to be, as I understood it, 3 votes tonight. The government has withdrawn from that. The consequence is, as the right honourable gentleman says, that if the Labour Party amendment is passed, it is then added to the SNP motion. So there is not. So he is right. He is right to say no. Let me finish. He is right to say that there would be, if there was a division, there would be just 1 vote. But if it goes through, then we move on to the next business. Let me first of all take the point of order from the chair of the Procedure Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek your guidance. My understanding from the advice that I've seen is that the reason that Standing Order 31, where the motion would be put first, was not applying was because there were 2 amendments. If there is now only 1 amendment, surely we would revert to Standing Order.
Well, I thank the chair of the Procedure Committee for her point of order. But if the government amendment is not put, then we revert to the amendment from the Labour Party. That amendment is put. If it is passed, then the SNP amendment is amended, and there is then the question is put on the SNP amendment. Point of order. I'll come back to Stephen Flynn, and then I'll come to Mr. Ragg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, follow to my earlier remarks and on the back of the remarks which have been made there. I'm afraid that you did not provide clarity to me in relation to, 1, where the Speaker of the House of Commons is. Yeah. Secondly, what mechanisms are available to members to bring him to this House to explain that the SNP opposition day has turned into a Labour opposition day. And thirdly, and most importantly, I must insist to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the SNP motion is voted on first, as the Chair of the Procedure Committee has just outlined.
First, I am going to take the other member of the Procedure Committee, then I will come back to the honourable gentleman's point.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And upon such a serious debate and topic, and on a personal note for me, having given Mr. Speaker a great deal of support in his election to this House, on the basis that we were going to have a fresh start and that conventions that govern our proceedings wouldn't be meddled with to seek one particular political view at any one time, I am hugely disappointed by what has transpired. And we are not showing ourselves as a House anywhere near our best or what we're capable of to the country. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if you could advise on the nature of the early day motion tabled in my name and a number of my other colleagues, which will appear live at the close of proceedings today. If you are aware as to whether those in receipt of payroll, government payroll, are by convention eligible to sign such an early day motion.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. I imagine that the SNP Chief Whip wants to add to what has already been said on this.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I'm slightly confused because I don't want to break any confidences, but I was assured that I would have a vote on the SNP motion today. And as I understand it, and as I understand the advice from the clerks, if the Labour Party motion being put first were to be passed, that amends the text of our motion. And the vote then, given that that amendment removes all of the text of our motion, we would not have a vote on the text of our motion on our opposition day. How can this possibly be allowed to happen?
Let me first of all address the point from the right honourable gentleman, the leader of the SNP. First of all, the Speaker set out very clearly this morning the reasons for his decision to give the widest possible scope for different views to be heard and voted upon. The honourable gentleman, the SNP Chief Whip, knows that we would have been able to vote on all three of the propositions. However, because the government motion has been withdrawn, then that is not possible. So that is the correct position. We finished voting, we finished the wind-ups at 6:15. There would have been the opportunity for 3 votes. Because the government is no longer participating, I will put the question. I'm finishing this point of order. Not point of order on a point of order. I will put the question on the Labour amendment, and he is quite right. If he will sit down, I'm responding to him. I am responding to him, so he needs to sit down. He needs to sit down. So I will put the Labour amendment. He is right. He is right. No, I'm answering his point of order. Sit down. He asked me whether that would amend the SNP motion. Yes, it would, if it is passed, but the SNP do not agree with the wording, they can vote against it. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. That is the situation. That is the situation. I'll come back. Point Philip Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems that the Speaker of the House of Commons was put under intolerable pressure. The BBC Newsnight political editor, Nicholas Watt, tweeted that senior Labour figures tell me that the Commons Speaker was left in no doubt that Labour would bring him down after the general election unless he called Labour's Gaza amendment. That was a Labour figure told him that. I don't say rubbish. That was a Labour figure. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you assure the House that everything will be done to identify who it was that put that intolerable pressure on the House of Commons Speaker?
Sit down. I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. That tweet is wrong and the statement is incorrect. Just to reassure him. I know he would want that reassurance.
Point of order, Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid that I am going to have to try for a third time. Can you please advise me where the Speaker of the House of Commons is, what mechanisms are available to bring him to this House, and as we wait for a deliberation to be made in that regard, I move that this House, that you use the powers that I trust you have to suspend this House until the Speaker is brought to that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
There's no. The honourable gentleman asks a point of order, then interrupts his own point of order. If he would just, I will not be suspending the House. We need to put these questions. We need to put these questions. Mr. Speaker will be in his place tomorrow. Point of order, Dr. Matthew Uppert.
Madam Deputy Speaker, where is the Speaker?
The honourable gentleman is, I'm afraid he'll have to make do with me. I know it's a great disappointment. Mr. Speaker will be here tomorrow in his place. Point of order, Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will she confirm that traditionally, many years ago, opposition day debates used to be taken seriously by governments, and if they were lost, as happened when the Labour Party was in government with the Gurkhas motion, the then government used to put them into effect. But since we've had successive Conservative administrations, they have largely ignored opposition day debates. They have refused to take part in many of the votes, and they have widely ignored the result of those votes that they haven't taken part on. So will she agree with me that it comes a bit rich from that lot opposite to be listening to lectures about how important opposition day debates are when they routinely ignore them?
Well, I thank the right honourable lady for her point of order. First of all, let me say, unless there are very exceptional circumstances, opposition day votes are not binding. I think she knows that. She knows parliamentary procedure. Secondly, she is correct to say that I think it was the previous but one leader of the House said that if a motion was passed and the government hadn't participated, she would come back with a response within 20 days. I think that is my recollection. I don't believe that is followed currently, but you're right, the honourable lady is right, that is what used to happen. But it's absolutely up to the government, as to any member of the House, as to whether they vote or don't vote. It's their decision. Point of order, Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House and its procedures have descended into absolute chaos. And they've descended into chaos simply because of a decision taken by the Speaker earlier today. Is it too much to ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Speaker is asked to come to this House and explain exactly why he took those decisions, the consequences of those decisions, and how he intends to get this House out of the mess that it currently finds itself in? And what reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, would you not suspend the House in order for the Speaker to come here and sort this mess out?
No, I've said twice already that the Speaker set out this morning in detail why he'd made his decision, and he will be in his place tomorrow. Point of order, Sir Chris Bryant.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
No. You will listen to the points of order. And listen politely. It looks so bad on such an important issue. No point in shouting me down now. To our constituents, if they just see people who are raising perfectly reasonable points of order, that they're just shouted down. Not good. Not good. Sir Chris Bryant.
There are perfectly legitimate views on different sides as to the propriety of today's proceedings. However, I would just say gently to some honourable members opposite who have said that you cannot possibly have an opposition day motion being amended by another opposition party, that some of the members who are shouting the loudest meeting. That is unacceptable.
Sir Chris Bryant.
No, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would just remind some of those who have been shouting the loudest on the other side of the House that they personally voted on the 13th of May 1999 for a Conservative opposition motion amending a Liberal Democrat motion on an opposition day. But far, far more importantly, surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that the behaviour of many honourable members in the chamber today will have made a lot of people in this country very nervous about the way we conduct our business when we're dealing with some of the most important matters of state. And most significantly, it has been the tradition of the British parliamentary democracy that if a government loses control of its foreign policy, it has lost the confidence of the House by definition. And consequently, you have an immediate general election.
Bring it on. Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. I will take the point of order from Sir Charles Walker, but I do want to move on and put the question shortly. Sir Charles Walker.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know how we got to this point today. It does not reflect well on Parliament. No. Her Majesty's opposition have clearly behaved look, and I don't mean this in any way as an offence. Please, I don't. Have behaved. People are frightened. People have weaponised this debate in this chamber. Whips are frightened for their flocks. They are frightened for their flocks because members of Parliament now feel that they have to vote in a certain way to safeguard their safety and the safety of their family. This is a far bigger issue than the debate we're having tonight, because if people are changing their votes in this place or changing their behaviours in this place because they're frightened what may happen to them or their families out there, then we have a real problem. So this point scoring off each other is not going to resolve many issues.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. He speaks with his usual passion, and I think he is absolutely right to say what we now need to do is to move on. I want to put the questions, and then we will move on to a further debate. And I do hope that Mr. O'Brien is following in that spirit.
And I thank you for taking the point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe that today the SNP have been treated unfairly. But it's not just the SNP that have been treated unfairly, because those of us who would like to vote for the SNP motion, now, if we want to do so, must vote against a Labour Party motion, a motion which the honourable member for the Rhondda just said would lead, if we voted for it, to an immediate general election. So we are being placed in an unfair position if we wish to support the SNP motion. Now, this afternoon, we've now seen the exit of the SNP from the chamber and the exit of many people on this side of the House too. We're clearly in an intolerable situation, and it's a sad situation, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe the current Speaker is a man of honour, and he's done a great deal over recent years to restore the reputation of the chair after a period that was a dark period for this House. However, even if he believes that the constitutional innovation that he's introducing today is a good one, today, at this moment, was not the time to change the rules. You've heard from the chair of the Select Committee there is a serious question about the order here and the constitutional propriety of which order these questions are being taken, a question being put by the SNP too. And can I suggest that if you're not prepared to suspend the House, that we at least defer the divisions that are supposed to be happening this evening until we can resolve these issues? And as a final point, because in this House it is courteous and traditional that the person who you are talking about is always there when they are discussed, that we should defer those divisions so that we can hear from the Speaker himself before we come to vote on these issues, because otherwise I believe a great injustice is being done to the SNP, but other members as well of this House.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, but I just want to be clear again. There was the ability to have a vote on all three of the motions that were before the House. The situation has changed, but that does not mean that I would then withdraw the questions and not put them, because they are still before the House, and I intend to proceed with them in the way that I have suggested. And I'm just going to take a point of order from Mr. McDonald. John McDonald.
I was going to suggest that the Speaker displayed immense flexibility this morning, and I was going to suggest that that flexibility was exerted again to enable us to have a separate vote. But now the SNP have gone, there is no other way than I can do this to ensure that my constituents know that I will be voting for the Labour amendment, but I would have also voted for the SNP motion. I want that on the record.
I am going to take the chair of the Procedure Committee, because I would gently suggest that we do perhaps, if honourable and right honourable members could restrain themselves. I think the chair of the Procedure Committee may have something to share with us about what she is looking at in terms of it, which was at the Speaker's request.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I just wanted to make the point that the honourable gentleman from the Rhondda is correct that in the precedent we've seen, there was a Conservative Party amendment to a Liberal Democrat opposition day motion, but there was no government amendment, and that is the difference. As there is now no longer a government amendment, I'm still confused as to why we're not returning to the rule, the order of precedent set down in Standing Order 31.
Because of the, I think it is Standing Order 31, I am bound to take the Labour Party amendment first and then move on to the SNP. That is all the advice I have received, and I'm sure that when she point of order.
Just don't take it. Don't take it.
I'm not taking that. I will. No. The question is that the House do sit in private. As many as are of that opinion say aye. No. We'll have a division. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the House do now sit in private. As many of our that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. Tell us for the ayes, William Ragg and Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown. Tell us for the noes, Mark Carney and Christine Wakefield. investigate if there is a delay, what the delay is in the lobbies. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, fine.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 20. The noes to the left, 212.
The ayes to the right, 20. The noes to the left, 212. So the noes have it, unlocked. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Have it. The question is the motion as amended. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. Yes.
I wish to respond to the point of order raised by the leader. I wish to respond to the point raised by the Leader of the House. Today's debate was exceptional in its intensity with which all parties wished to secure a vote on their own propositions. It took the decisions which were intended to allow the House the widest range of propositions, widest range of propositions on which to express a view. I wanted to do the best, and it was my wish. It was my wish to do the best by every member of this House. I take very seriously. The danger is that that's why I wanted everybody to be able to express, because I am very, very concerned about the security of all members. Let me just take this through. I was very concerned, I am still concerned, and that's why the meetings I've had today is about the security of members, their families, and the people that are involved. And I've got to say, I regret how it's ended up. It was not my intention. I wanted all to ensure they could express their views and all sides of the House could vote. As it was, in particular, the SNP were ultimately unable to vote on their proposition. I am, and I regret, with my sadness, that it's ended up on like that, in this position. That was never my intention for it to end up like this. I was absolutely convinced that the decision was done with the right intentions. I recognise the strength of feeling of members on this issue. Clear today has not shown the House at its best. I will reflect on my part in that of the course I recommit myself to ensuring that all members of this House are treated fairly. I do not want it to have ended like this. I want to say to the House, I will meet with all the key players of each party. I think it is right that I meet with each one, and that. Can I just put that correct? I've never met with Sue Gray today. I didn't bump into her today. I'm offended by that comment. I think you'd like to withdraw it. Yeah, because that is the danger, that we've ended up with a social speculation of not what is fact and not factual. I am honest to this House. I am true to this House. I believe in all members of this House. And I try to do I have tried to do what I thought was the right thing for all sides of this House. It is regrettable, and I apologise for a decision that didn't end up in the place that I wished for. So I would say no. I say no. I will meet with all the. Just be quiet, please. I will meet with the leaders and with the chief whips, and let us have a discussion on what is the best way forward to try and ensure that. And I say again, I thought I was doing the right thing and the best thing, and I regret it, and I apologise for how it's ended up. I do take responsibility for my actions, and that's why I want to meet. And that's why I want to meet with the key players who have been involved. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for coming to the House, for saying that you will reflect on what has happened today, for offering your apologies and to meet with members of this House. You're our Speaker, and we wish you to defend the rights of all members of this House. And I thank you for recommitting yourself to those responsibilities today and for coming to the floor of the House.
Just to respond to that, that is why I tried to do that in the first place. It ended up in the wrong place. And I do say I apologise to all, and in particular to the SNP. And I say it's not where I wanted, it is where I am. I will now leave it at that for the moment, but I do want to meet as soon as possible. Point of order, simply.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Can I firstly begin by echoing your sentiments in relation to the debate that was had in this chamber in relation to the most important of matters with regards to the safety of civilians in Gaza and indeed those in Israel. There has been a difference of view in the House today, but I think that difference of view has been expressed in a way which we can all agree has been in a positive fashion, in the best fitting way of any democracy, any functioning democracy. Mr. Speaker, whilst I acknowledge your apology, the reality is that you were warned by the clerks of the House that your decision could lead to the SNP not having a vote on our very own opposition day. As a result, we have seen the SNP opposition day turn into a Labour Party opposition day. I'm afraid that that is treating myself and my colleagues in the Scottish National Party with complete and utter contempt. And I will take significant convincing that your position is not now intolerable.
To respond to that, and quite rightly, I understand the feeling. As I said, I would like to have that conversation in private. I would like to meet with you as soon as possible. I'm now going to leave it to continue. Sorry. Point of order. No, come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just make a point of order that actually the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition was this evening passed unanimously, and therefore, yes, it was, and therefore.
Order. I don't think now is the time. And what I want to do, I want to move on and I want to meet with the important players. I'm now going to hand over to the Deputy. I'm just going to leave it at that. Deputy.
I will take one more point of order, and then I really think we need to move on. Kit Malthouse.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are 2 points on which I seek your clarification from what Mr. Speaker has just said. The first is that he implied the proceedings of this House were manipulated with regard to outside intimidation. That regard was given to things that were said outside on social media that were then reacted to within the House. And I think that's quite an important Rubicon that's been crossed, and something that may have been crossed without the consent of members. I would like to know where the processes of this House are likely to go, given the outside influences that may be brought to bear. and I'd be grateful for some clarification on that. The second issue is that I'm afraid, and as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the greatest respect for you, but bluntly, you seem to have rammed through two divisions that were quite important to quite a lot of members, in which no individual vote will have been recorded. And a number of us had thought quite carefully about how we were going to vote in those divisions. And we were essentially, forgive me, taken by surprise by those two divisions being rammed through. So I wondered if it would be possible to either void them or run them again.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. The fact is, I put the question. Nobody called against it. No. Point of order to Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was quite clear from the level of noise when the question was put that the view of the Deputy Speaker was being challenged. I think it is absolutely extraordinary that that noise level was deemed to be high. It is inconceivable that anybody hearing it would have thought it was I. And it is quite clear from all our standing orders, all our traditions, that when the Speaker or Deputy's decision is challenged, it should go to a division.
Well, I'm extremely sorry. I took on the voices. I was quite clear where we were, and the whole thing would have been considerably clearer if the government had not withdrawn at that position. Point of order.
Must consider how this looks to people outside. Completely in order. It looks like chicanery. But I rise to ask a question on behalf of the small parties. What precedent has been set today in the way this opposition day has been handled? And how can we ever have faith in the future that our voices and our votes will actually be heard? Or will it be always the two big parties here?
Well, I think the honourable lady has heard what Mr. Speaker said, that he does intend to talk with people. I also understand that the excuse me, I'm answering this of order. The honourable gentleman must resume his seat. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I also know that the chair of the procedure committee is going to be looking at some of the issues that have been raised as well at the request of the Speaker. And I think, point of order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if I can get your guidance on how I can make my views more known to my constituents. I was one of the first members of Parliament. I was one of the first members of Parliament to call for the release of hostages combined with a permanent ceasefire. I lost my government job as a result of it. I was also because people misrepresented my position, someone suggested on social media that they should show my wife a real man. Someone also suggested that they would attack me and my family. Already today, Labour councillors in my patch are tweeting that I have not supported a ceasefire. I wanted to vote with the Scottish National Party motion on a ceasefire. Can you advise how I can make my constituents clear of my views if I'm not able to vote on it?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman has put his views on the record by what he's just said. Thank you. Point of order, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, is Mr. Speaker going to explain how many Labour Opposition Day debates have taken place since October the 7th, whereby no motion and a ceasefire was brought forward, and why Mr. Speaker thought suddenly today, an SNP Opposition Day, that it was really important that a Labour amendment was taken when they had their own chance several times to bring forward a debate and a motion and a ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. He has, Mr. Speaker has said that he will be meeting with the leaders and the widths of the parties, and I'm sure that will be something that's point of order, Sarah.
I thank the Madam Deputy Speaker for this point of order and hearing all of our points of orders. I cannot be alone in this place today in being utterly embarrassed at how members have conducted themselves, particularly on the government benches, and I'm going to continue to be shouted down by this. As a perfect example, on an issue so serious as we have heard today, and I am asking for clarification, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there are people within this chamber that clearly aren't aware of the rules and what's going on. One former leader of the House that made a complaint when he wasn't even in the chamber to hear what happened. But please, can Madam Deputy Speaker give us some clarity that should the Conservative government not have withdrawn from the process today, we would have actually have had 3 votes.
I thank the honourable lady for that point of order. I am quite clear that there was the opportunity for 3 votes. I think the honourable gentleman may not know of all the discussions. I was very clear that there was the opportunity for I'll take one more point of order. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd be grateful if you could provide me with some clarity on procedure, because you're a much more experienced Member of Parliament than I am, on 2 points. The first point is, my understanding is that Mr. Speaker made his decision earlier today on the basis that there would be 3 votes rather than 2. Once the government had withdrawn its amendment and there were then 2 votes rather than 3, was the decision to persist with the order of putting the Labour amendment before the SNP amendment the decision of yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, or was it a decision of Mr. Speaker? And the second question I've got is, routinely, if a division occurs to sit in private in this case that completes after 7 o'clock, as this one did, the motions would have fallen. Can she explain, please, why they did not?
First of all, it's Standing Order 31, which ruled the order in which the votes were to be taken, and I said that very clearly in response to the Leader of the House, who also knew what the order of votes would be. So that was very clear. And also, once an amendment, with reference to it coming after 7, once an amendment is before the House, it does have to be decided. I can assure her, and I know she would expect me to do this, that I did seek proper advice, thorough advice on both points. I hope that gives her some reassurance and she accepts that that was the case and that was the advice, because I certainly wouldn't do anything which went against the order that I've said.
You don't need to.
I'm going to move on now, I'm afraid. We're going to move on. Okay, I will take one more point of order from Marion Fellows.
My point of order. Madam Deputy Speaker, back in October, when the heinous actions of Hamas took place, as soon as I could afterwards, I called for a ceasefire. I have held firm to that belief since. My constituents have written to me in huge numbers telling me to vote for a ceasefire. I carry 5 proxy votes, and today I have not been allowed to vote either for myself or the 5 proxy votes I hold. How do I record, as the honourable gentleman opposite answered, how do I get how I would vote, which was for a ceasefire recorded in the House?
Well, I think as I've said, the honourable lady has made very clear what she would have done, and I'm sure that she and all colleagues here will find ways to express that view. Right, I'm now moving on to motion number 3 on banks and banking. Motion number 3, Minister to move. I beg to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now move to motion number 4 on pensions. Minister to move. I beg to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Petition Martin Day. Today might like to wait until the chamber clears. Could honourable members please leave the chamber quickly, because we want to hear the petition from Mr. Day. Petition Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Linlithgow and East Falkirk in relation to the ceasefire in Gaza in Palestine. Now, I have never had as much correspondence as I have on a single issue. I've said that before when I presented one calling for a cease to the arms trade to Israel. That is doubly the case now, and I hope my constituents have been watching today. If they have, they will have learned a number of things. Firstly, they will have learned, as we saw from the Clerk of the Commons letter, that Britannia waives the rules. They'll have learned from the shenanigans we've seen from the British parties that this is nowhere for our country to be governed from, and the sooner Scotland gets out, the better. Now, it seems to be that the argument, and my constituents, I hope, will agree with me, that the difference between the different positions in this House is whether there was a collective punishment of the Palestinian people, and by God there has been. So, the petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to join with others in the international community in urgently pressing all the parties to agree to an immediate ceasefire so the process of rebuilding and finding a lasting peace with a two-state solution can commence, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, ceasefire in Palestine.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's quite interesting. The subject of my adjournment debate is dirty water. It might be appropriate, but I would like to thank Mr. Speaker for having the opportunity to have this debate. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start by correcting the parliamentary record. In a previous Opposition Day debate on Tuesday, the 5th of December, Hansard column 288 to 289 was a debate on water quality. I said that athletes fell ill from swimming in waters contaminated with E. coli, and we know the source of the problem. Subsequently, in a letter dated the 11th of January 2024, Heidi Mottram, CBE, who is the Chief Executive of Northumbrian Water, said my statement was factually incorrect. I'm advised by Heidi Mottram, CBE, and I'm quoting from a letter, the UK Health Security Agency, the UKHSA, investigated the cause of illness in participants of the World Triathlon Championship Series in Sunderland, reporting in August 2023 with their preliminary findings. They found that 19 of the 31 of those affected had evidence of norovirus, the norovirus infection, while the remaining samples either tested negative or were found to be positive for other infections, and they included sapovirus, astrovirus, and rotavirus. No evidence of E. coli, that's 0157-STEC, was found, which can cause severe gastrointestinal illness. 4 other samples of other E. coli strain were found, but it was not possible to link its presence with the participation in the triathlon, and these strains can be carried naturally in the gut. The UK HSE report concludes that the predominance of norovirus makes it the most likely explanation of illness in the participants. I'm happy, in the interest of fairness, to share these comments by the Northumbrian Water Chief Executive. However, the Environment Agency sampling at Roker Beach on Wednesday the 26th of July, 3 days prior to the event, showed 3,900 E. coli colonies per 100 mils of water, which is almost 40 times higher than a typical reading. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Can I commend the honourable gentleman for Easington for bringing this forward? And he's right about the water pollution in East Derry. He's also right to underline the issues of the medical circumstances as well. I also represent an enormous coastline with a fishing and tourism sector that is highly reliant on this sector. The issue of water pollution is vital in terms of an impact on our environment, as well as a direct impact on livelihoods. Does the honourable gentleman agree that government support is imperative to deal with small pockets of pollution before they turn into large-scale environmental crises and medical problems that he referred to? And for that to happen, it really takes funding and a government initiative to make it happen.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. My personal belief is that the privatised water companies have more than sufficient resources to address the issues if they're prioritised infrastructure repair work and did the job that we as customers pay them to do. I'd like to point out, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the member for Strangford, will be more than familiar with this. And in previous debates, we've heard about correlation and causation. You know, what one's a kind of a coincidence and one is a direct link between one event and another. So that the samples that I referred to that were 39 times above the average level, they were not in the body of the water that was used for the swim. That's absolutely correct. So I'm sure it's only a coincidence that a body of water near the swim event had high levels of E. coli that were detected. There's no such thing as tidal movements, is there? I don't know if we have them in Northern Ireland. There's no such thing as prevailing winds that would move a large body of E. coli in an area into the swim area. I want to refer to the comments of the Australian triathlete Jake Birtwistle, who said, and it's slightly unparliamentary, but he said, I've been feeling pretty rubbish since the race, but I guess that's what you get when you swim in SH1T. The swim should have been cancelled. I hope Mr. Birtwistle is reassured by the comments of Northumbrian Water that the high levels of E. coli detected in the waters nearby to the swim and near to the where the event took place had nothing to do with the sickness that he experienced on the day of the racing. I'm also disappointed, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in her letter to me, Heidi Mottram CBE failed to address any of the other issues that were raised in that debate on Tuesday, the 5th of December. These included the issues of debt and dividends, investment, and how to regulate water companies to implement some level of corporate responsibility. If I may quote from The Guardian, which studied financial documents from 1990 to 2023 of all of the privatised water companies, they said Northumbrian Water is far from the worst performing water company, which I think makes the following stats really rather worrying. The Guardian found that 19% of Northumbrian Water's consumer bill is spent servicing debt. The debt owed by Northumbrian Water is £3.5 billion. Over the same period, they've paid £3.7 billion in shareholder dividends. I'd like to ask the Minister, does he think this is acceptable? To use debt in order to pay shareholder dividends? As a consumer, I'm outraged, as I'm sure a large number of my constituents are. If this were any other product or service, I could choose to change suppliers. Even in the rail industry, and heaven knows, I've been a critic of poor service, but at least I have the opportunity to highlight to ministers failing train operating companies and to advocate that they should be stripped of their contracts for failing to deliver for the travelling public. Water is unique. I can think of no other essential public service that has been privatised where there's no consumer choice or indeed accountability. Water is a private monopoly. It's a natural monopoly. It is essential for life. It is essential, vital national infrastructure. The government is entitled to impose a strict level of oversight and scrutiny. It will come as no surprise to the Minister, I'm sure, that I personally believe that water should be publicly owned, run in the national interest and deliver public policy goals. I do accept that neither the Conservatives nor my own front bench, for that matter, has an appetite for a publicly owned water industry. So I want to propose an alternative. Number one, end the use of debt to pay for dividends. Number two, prohibit the payment of dividends until debt goals are met. Any profit in this system must go towards water, sewerage infrastructure and lowering debt. Water companies are major polluters. While Northumbrian Water is adamant about the Sunderland Triathlon, there is no doubt they are routinely polluting rivers and seas. In my constituency, the Safe River and Seas app shows that there are three sewage overflows in my constituency, from which there were 184 sewage discharge alerts in 2023. 184. That's almost one every third day. Northumbrian Water is not limiting these sewage overflows to rare and extreme weather conditions, but it's a matter of routine disposal of waste. So number three, no dividend payments until clean water targets are met. We need all the resources available going towards improvement, upgrades and new infrastructure. Finally, the promise of privatisation is always about improved standards, lower bills, more consumer choice. But experience suggests the reverse happens. Lower standards, higher bills, no choice. Therefore, the government should put an expectation or indeed a requirement on these private monopolies to deliver for the taxpayer. I'm not telling the government to block profits in shareholder dividends forever, quite the reverse. Private water companies that deliver public policy goals, that's lower consumer bills, and make real profits, not artificial profits funded through debt,